Good morning, everybody, and welcome on this crisp, still snow-covered, very apropos Comox Valley February morning. This is a area, the Electoral Area Service Committee. It's a committee of the Comox Valley Regional District. I'm here today to discuss the budget. I see nobody in the gallery, so we don't need to go through where the muster points are or the washrooms. We're all pretty familiar with that. I'm going to start off because we have a very big agenda today, so I hope you packed a lunch. I'm going to start off with the recognition of traditional territories. It's my pleasure to be honored to be doing our meeting today on the traditional and unceded territories of the Comox First Nation. We're going to go right into the finance plan. So Lucy Weirachuk is here, and our CEO is going to make official introductions. We're going to kick off the meeting. So, well, let's get at her.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, this is day one of the Electoral Area Services Committee financial plan discussions for 2025 to 2029 financial plan. And as mentioned, Lucy Weirachuk, our Chief Financial Officer, will be introducing the public input component and update on that public input to date, and then we'll move into the financial plan itself. So Lucy, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and directors. Just a quick item to give you an update on our public input into budget. And this morning we have one more question out there that's been posed by a citizen. And to date, we've had the other 4 questions that were put out. So that's the engagement so far, plus those few conversations that we've had over the phone with some residents. If there's no questions about that, if you want me to move right into the budget part.
Please,
then?
please,
Okay,
let's
good.
just, any questions?
Oh, would you like me to quickly just tell you about the questions? Or
Sure.
Sure. Yeah, for sure. Okay. So prior to today, we had a question about pickleball and the availability of space for pickleball. So we provided an answer to that. There were the following 2 questions were related to each other. They were about whether the CVRD board provided guidance on increases from a percentage, a total percentage perspective and or dollar value. And answers have been provided for that. The 4th question was about Service 450 and some process related to AAP and how that works into budgets. So that's out there. And lastly, our question from this morning, well, actually it was posed 17 hours ago, is for some further information on the annual operating expenses and annual revenue for the CVRD Aquatic Center and Sports Center pool. And they would like that broken out by category. So we will give them some information on where they can find detail and potentially provide some additional detail for them in the response.
Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm glad Director already asked for the questions. And obviously that's one channel, as we always talk about, through our website and such. But as elected official, we hear all the time from people that, questions around budget, and the question around the board setting a goal for a percentage increase is interesting because we certainly haven't. And I know in prior years, oops, my apologies. I'll turn my phone off. How rude. That's my sister. Anybody wants to talk to my sister? Yeah, in the past, we used to have, I've noticed we don't, and I don't know if it's just of this year or last year as well, but we don't have a general percentage increase shown in the financial plan. From 2018 until recently, and maybe you'll have the answer, like we used to say, oh, just like the municipalities, we're going up 4%, we're going up 12%. It is complicated to arrive at that figure because there's different service participants and all the rest of that. But somehow we used to manage to do that as a general kind of beacon. And I have to say that I like going budget to budget, but it has been a bit weird for me to think, oh, is this all adding up to, a 12% increase, generally speaking, for the average resident? Or like, we don't have that figure. So maybe
Mhm.
staff can comment
Sure.
why we did that change to not show that figure.
I'm not sure that it was a change so much as potentially an approach for myself. And I totally believe in being as transparent as possible with our community. But when you get to when in this place of percentages and providing that information, I think what is very important is that we're really clear about what this percentage is saying and what the percentage is. In recent conversations with solid waste management, for example, at that board level. There's the change that you have in your overall requisition. There's the change that you have that's associated with a typical household. There's a change in a tax rate. So I think it's really important to show all three of those and hopeful to be able to provide the education around that of what that translates into for each one of the households and how we're using it. So I would look forward for further conversation with the board on what we think is meaningful for the community, how you want to show that. And we're happy to put that out there and happy to use gauges as you feel is necessary, and totally appreciate the comment of coming into each service. Therein lies the place where it's what the community's asked for and the value that it brings to each one of the participating areas, um, and that can be translated into something that looks like a large percentage and not so large dollar values. Those are my comments overall, and I know it's something that municipalities, local governments, that's out there all the time in every level of government. And I just want it to be as clear as possible to people, and we are clear about what question we're asking.
Yeah, thanks. And I guess I agree with you. Like, I understand why we don't show that figure, because that figure uh, is not fixed to any one home. You know what I mean? Because it's so diverse. But at the same time, I think from a public perspective, we end up standing out as being one of the only local government that doesn't provide a figure, right? So there might be different ways, and I agree with you. There might be different ways if we're going to be more specific about services. Like, I was thinking there might be opportunities to forecast, because we have our 5-year financial plan, right? And we rarely do that. Show, oh, according to our 5-year financial plan, and I almost end up with a graph that here's the trend, either by service or overall. But I guess from my perspective, I know that, and I think that's something I've talked, well, Director Chair Grieve has brought up as well, because I think we've lost, sorry, I know you may not like that language, but we sort of lost that percentage figure, which is easy conversation talk, right? We're up 4% this year. Oh, like, really good news during COVID, we were down 0.5%. I was like, I used that all year to be able to tell to residents that overall we're down 0.5%. Everybody else was up. We did a huge effort around COVID to create efficiencies and such. But the other thing we lost, I guess, in parenthesis, is the details to the sheets we used to provide residents at tax time. So for me, in the last 2 or 3 years, I find residents, when I talk to them, they seem less informed around where we're at financially, because they used to be able to look at the breakdown, and not all of them, but quite the politically involved used to look at it and say, hey, they'd have the comparative on every service and say, that's really gone up this year. Why is that, right? And now everything's on the website, and I've had a couple of engagement this year, and one of them, Lucy, you were super helpful, because there was a gentleman, I think back in July, that was asking questions, and really detailed questions, and but people get a bit lost on our website. I think you have to sit at this board table to be able to navigate all the financial stuff. When people try to enter that space, it's so overwhelming. So I just like to mention, like, that's why I'm mentioning it, is I think even though those two things are gone, I think there's some Whether we bring them back or not, I think I like the simple story that we can tell. And regional districts are not simple, but I just thought I'd mention that. And so seeing that question come in around that, I think I just want to acknowledge the person who asked that question as, you know, it's a good question.
If I could just, there's one piece, if I can just ask. For the electoral areas, there was the 1 year that we did not put out the tax insert information, and the following year, last year, that did go out again. And each one of the households, that's okay. And they have that information about their services that are changing. I can't for the life of me remember whether we have the last column there that shows them the percentage change, but we're certainly happy to incorporate that into there as well. And you may or may not have noticed, I'm a big proponent of here's your percentage change, but here's your dollar value as well. So those we can certainly start to incorporate those things in there, and for sure tell us what really resonates with your taxpayers. Mm-hmm.
Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And Lucy, if I can, I know we got this big long sheet last week with area B or area A or area C on it. And I understand Director Arbor's question. I'm just wondering, like, there's a bunch of core services on there. And then there's additional services based upon your location. So I'm just wondering if a simple cure might be just to do what the percentage increase is on the core services. And if I did my math correctly, I think it's 7.61% increase from 24. And then again, based upon where you live and what services you're using, then there's the additional amount.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of how I went about my business there. But I like the idea of being able to see what that increase is for each of the different services. I think that would be helpful for folks too. Thanks.
Yeah, well, I'm just picking up on some of Director Arbor's points there. He talks about, the 5-year plan. Well, I would, the harbinger of doom here, I would maybe suggest that, local government makes plans and God laughs at this point. Pretty well all bets are off. We are living in a very strange time, totally unpredictable, depending what the President of the United States had a good bowel movement this morning or not. So I do think that when we hear of increases, I am a little nervous, and I would suggest that we need some kind of an off-ramp at this budget session whereby we can pull in our horns a little bit on the last minute. We've got 20 odd days to see what transpires, over and above the steel and aluminum thing that's going on. And I do think that also Director Arbor mentioned the COVID budget where we pulled back a lot. That, in itself, I cautioned at that point that there is no such thing as a tax holiday, that we're going to have to make up for those reserves and everything else later. And I think we're still feeling the effects of that a little bit. But I guess I do think that we do need Plan B. And through this whole process and this week with the Greater Board and the other committees and commissions, I think we need to have that contingency somewhere that we can dial it back. Because, the average, Joe and Jill lunchbox out there, they don't give a darn. They want to see the figures. If it's, I thought it was more like 9% myself, but I guess it depends how you do the calculations. And I do realize, that we live in an electoral area world where everything is siloed, and it's very complicated for even our municipal partners to grasp where we're at. So, but I do think that, throughout this thing, we need to keep in the back of our minds the difference between absolutely need to haves and nice to haves. Thank you. And Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad we're having this conversation ahead of the presentation, because last week at the board, I heard almost every board member talk about we need to tighten the belt, and we are concerned That was the general sentiment at the start of the budget presentation. And by the end of that session, I think we had cut $25,000 on an electric charging station. So, and then when I talked about a hiring freeze, I couldn't even get a motion seconded. Like I was stunned walking out of that meeting to that we would not even have. So I think the tough talk at the start is one thing, and then the actions to adjust as the rest of society currently is another. There's two services that I will trigger service reviews on that are specific to the electoral areas. We'll get to those in a bit. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised by the tough talk of the board. Not the staff is doing great work, but I think the board is like double speaking. Tough talk on, yeah, we want to be careful and we want to reel back, and then no action taken. So I'd encourage my fellow directors here, if we're not happy with the 9%, let's find the cuts. Thanks.
Well, I would suggest to the director, if you do not succeed, try again. It's take a while for this stuff to sink in because it is emerging by the second, by the minute, by the day. So yeah, I do think that you know there is stuff in this budget that I see right now that we can certainly hold off on, and you know. I think we sometimes trick ourselves into thinking we're some kind of entitled first world country like the old days. But times are a changing, as good old Bob Dylan used to say. So over to the CAO for some comment. I guess we triggered something there.
Thanks. So I just wanted to reflect a little bit on what we said last Monday during the introduction to the budget and discussions on Monday. Notably, the pending tariffs at the time, and now the 30-day pause on the tariffs, which we expect would come into play in early March, I suppose, is the 30-day deadline. Actions that the CVRD would be looking to undertake fall into kind of a few areas. One is to look at our day-to-day operating expenses and looking at our supplier list and identifying where the material is coming from and determining the effects of a new tariff. The financial impact of that would have some relevance to this board, and we'd be looking to bring information to the board where we can where we need board direction to be making change. Similarly, we'd be looking at our existing approved capital projects, both those that are underway and those that are on the horizon, and understanding what any kind of a tariff effect would have on those capital projects, and looking for opportunities to minimize any of those impacts. And again, we'd be coming to the board with any or its committees with any kind of direction that we need to be able to affect change on the capital projects. And then as well, Lucy and I have talked about coming to the board likely at the February 25th meeting, where we'd be able to report back on any of those changes to the proposed or recommended budget at that time that would be able to incorporate either these operating or these capital impacts. And so that was information I shared at the outset of the board meeting last Monday. The pause to the tariffs being put in place doesn't change that action. We're still undertaking that work, and we would be coming to the board both to speak to that for the 2025-2029 financial plan, but then also on an ongoing basis for operating and capital works. But of course, we look to the Electoral Area Services Committee and also to all the other board and committee and commission meetings to take a look at each one of our individual service budgets as we present them and provide direction on supporting the budgets as proposed, making specific changes to individual projects within those budgets, deferring actions for future years if needed, or giving us general instruction around what is a comfortable approach in terms of those services going forward. So your comments are not lost. They're very much appreciated, and we're very much aware of the volatility that exists right now given our current economic climate, and certainly look forward to a good day here and on Wednesday as well as we continue on with the Electoral Area Services budgets, and look to get your direction on those budgets going forward. So I just thought I should add that, given that that was said at the board meeting, but important here for Electoral Area Services Committee as well.
I would comment that I just came back from Richmond last week. I was at the Electoral Area Forum, which is all the electoral area guys, quite a different kettle of fish than the municipal guys. And we're very fortunate at the regional district here in the Comox Valley in that we have a great deal of regulatory authority at the EASC level. Some of the regional districts don't even have an EASC committee. The bigger powers, the municipalities tend to hog all the gas tax and direct all the programs. So at very least, at this particular meeting, you're dealing with people that don't have to scurry back and consult with their council and their own CAO on how they should vote on this thing. The power's in our hands here. This is our baby. And we're so fortunate to have that here. And I'm so grateful that we have such a progressive regional district staff that can see the need for this, because a lot of them, they just don't. I wanted one more thing, one more point. What was it? That's okay. Yeah, it was an epiphany. It's poof, it's gone. Director Arbor?
Thanks. Good comments, Chair. I would also note that a lot of the other regional districts in the province, the rural areas have 500 people. You know, there's a lot of regional districts with tiny, tiny populations. We happen to be one of the districts that has, you know, 1/3 of our regional district, and a lot of them, it's like under 5%. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm glad we did that. We did set some groundwork here. So we're going to plow ahead and back over to Lucy.
Thank you. Just have a little bit of a PowerPoint to just help guide us as we get going. So good morning once again. So here's that visual of our roadmap to get to an endorsed 2025 budget. So with today, we have come to that time where we focus on those services centric to our electoral areas. Our agenda today will go through budgets similar to how we progressed with the CVRD board day one deliberation. We have about 1.5 days to conduct the business associated with this board, and we'll touch on some key information first, including community works funds. And just before getting into the individual services, and similar to, you know, conversation around the table before we start, just thought I would take a few minutes just to focus in. Delivering services and supporting our electoral areas is a major function of this regional district. We'll spend almost 2 days getting through the budget material. It just speaks to the volume of the services that are here. So just to orientate ourselves a little bit on the major elements of the proposed budgets for rural areas. And of course, these aren't all the areas where there are increases in pressures. I just thought I would remind about these ones, and maybe it would help as you get through the services that are on your plate today. So requisitions, those that are specific to the electoral area core services, we saw a change in requisition here of almost $800,000. Okay. So with these 4 items that are up here on the screen are the 4 major places. And secondly, the core service of regional emergency services, just noting the increase in fire services, and that has quite the implication on your areas as well, in some of your areas. And then as you move to capital projects, we have 4 capital projects directly in the electoral area core service. Obviously, we'll touch on those as we get to each of the individual services, and there is a combination of funding that's associated with these. And under regional emergency services, you see the 3 main projects all happening in the rural areas. All of these in Area A, actually, associated with fire services. we've talked about this, this slide, the change, the year over year estimation of the effect on the typical household. I do see this as a key benchmark to keep gauging. So what does this gonna feel like as you get to individual budgets? I do want to remind that it is an estimation only. And as you go from municipal to a regional district, it becomes a little bit more, I want to say a bit watered, because at a municipal level, they have all kinds of different classes of taxation, and we are doing this estimation on residential alone, as you likely are very aware of. The taxes that households pay will vary as the assessed values. They vary from home to home, and as well as Director Hardy has highlighted and mentioned, in the rural areas, there are many combinations of services associated with each one of your participants. We do have that tax calculator out there. It's an interesting tool for households or even as directors to get an idea of, well, what does it look like if it's a combination of these services, or if it's this type of assessed value. So that's out there. And you have the additional information about each one of the individual services that's provided in your package. And that helps you to just zero right into individual services. So as we talked about, as we go through the budgets, it's that time to be focusing in on what's that service about, the needs of the participating areas in that service, and is it bringing the value that you want it to bring. And if there isn't any other, that's all I had as an opening. And if there's any questions around that, I was wanting to move over to Community Works Funds now.
We're going to take some questions. Director Carver?
Just briefly, because the 1,300 people on Denman saw the slide again with the Denman Fire Hall at 6.4 million. And I guess we just did change the presentation from what was posted on the website. That'll, so I understand that. I just want to make it clear.
Okay.
And I guess the question for those services from the precedent slide, it would not include, for example, waste management or some of those larger services, right? The price per home, or is it all inclusive? Because it seems to me like the tax bills on Orby and Denman are quite a bit higher than that. Some of utility rates, but if you can comment on what is excluded from these figures, that'd be helpful.
Yes. Another super good point, and another level of complication when you're trying to determine as accurate as possible. So what's the implications to the households? And for sure, what we have here up on the screen is that element of taxation and only tax requisitions. This does not include your parcel taxes. This does not include your utility rates. Something that we can enhance to the future. We put out, and you see how we're quite, I think we have quite the clear slide on the impacts to utility rates going forward, but all that would need to be rolled together to get an idea. Yep.
Okay, so we're on our number 2 now.
Yeah, we have 2 community works funds reports for you. That being scheduled as it is on your agenda to give you some overall information before you and potentially make some decisions before you get into all the services. Okay, for me to go? Okay, great. So as we did last budget cycle, we have 2 community work fund reports for you. Report number 1 is the status as at December 31st, 2024. And secondly, report 2, 2025 proposed allocations. I'm going to go through these reports pretty quickly. My presentation is short, and hopefully it's okay with the chair that I'm actually dealing with both of them at the same time, if that's okay. All right. Okay to go?
Yes.
Okay. So staff continue to evolve the process used around community work funds. The Appendix A, as included with the status report, we have revamped it. We look for continued feedback from directors, but also hope that the information provided to you for today is simplified and more targeted to what you need. We have also attempted to standardize language labels that we use, such as allocated, unallocated, and apportioned. The most important part of both reports, I would say, is in this table. As of December 31st, 2024, we have 817,000 in funding that remains unallocated. We have 9.4 million. You can see this in the detail of the status report. There's 9.4 million of allocated community works funding to specific projects that remains unspent. It's at December 31st. Okay. There is a requirement to spend those funds within 5 years, and staff will monitor this really carefully as we go forward to make sure that we do get it spent, and we don't want to get ourselves in a position where we need to be returning grant money. Okay. So now moving forward to 2025, and if we add in our year 2 payment of the grant, apportion it out to the areas, we have just over $2 million available in unallocated funds, which you can see here. So just a note, the balance, the $2 million, it doesn't include the projects that we've asked for endorsement. That's in the report number 2. That's not included in there. So in refinement of the process used for community works funds, staff are moving to a more holistic, long-term view over the grant. And that development of the proposed budget is a really excellent opportunity to do just that. So within the recommendation, staff have proposed projects where we see alignment to allowable grant use, financial stability, and equity across electoral areas. And before we get to the options and recommendations, I do want to say that finance, we still see potential to further optimize the use of this grant. So we want to come back to this body of work, just do some further analysis and bring back the results to you at your next update as we get into the year. Okay. So staff have identified the use of community works funds for 4 projects, as you see here on the screen. And as well, in consideration of financial stress and in particular services, staff have highlighted within the report the shingle spit boat launch project. An additional 150,000 in community works funds here would alleviate the need to fund this with costly debt. And lastly, as an item of follow-up from the board, the information for the Union Bay Fire Hall is in your report as well, just in case the board wants to reconsider any of the allocations to the fire hall. The by area 10-year graphs shown in the report. This gives you an idea of the growth of the fund available across that whole 10-year span. And we just hope that this supports directors' decision-making around the use of this fund. The combination of having your 10-year capital plans and also having an idea of how this fund grows over the year, hopefully can help to plan out where you may want to use your dollars in order to support your various areas. So the resolutions for the use of funds, the board can make, if you're comfortable with it, you can make those resolutions now, or you can make them as we deal with the individual services. It's possible. So the slide just shows the options that are there for you for that second report, the 2025 proposed allocations. And I just put this up here. This is the recommendation that's there for report 1. This is really about an administrative housekeeping function where we have projects that are complete and there's a bit of funding that's left. This is about decommitting those funds and putting them back in the pot. And also in the case of Lazo Road Greenway, this is about a different grant coming into play where these dollars can't be used, and hence the 433,000 going back into the pot. So happy to answer any questions about that, and we can go back to either one of these resolutions or other general questions as the board would like.
Director Armour, you're first.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation and the overview. So the good news is CBF was renewed and we're looking at a fresh 10 years. It would have been great news if the FCM lobby to double the funds through the federal government would have come to a reality, but instead we're just getting sort of continuation. So that's okay. Actually, to be honest, when I came in 2018, I was halfway through the 10 years and those resources are so precious to rural areas, and I've helped complete so many projects that are important to the communities. So I'm still happy to work with these amounts of money because they're actually quite significant to us. Is it, I guess my question will be, and I'll have a couple more comments, but my question will be, we have the opportunity to basically create a 10-year plan around those funds. So if we decided this year that we wanted to allocate all of the funds for the next 10 years, it may not be wise, but we could, right? This is actually a 10-year horizon opportunity for us to look at. So for me, like Hornby and Denman is pretty easy because we've realized so many capital projects. There's going to be the Denman Fire Hall, which is the main one that we'll want to look at. I'm basically looking for the next 10 years at about $1 million between Hornby and Denman. And Denman Fire Hall should definitely see some of it. The Denman Fire Hall will not be 6.4 million. I just want to reiterate that. We don't have a project at that scale, right? So we can erase it from all documentation everywhere. 2-3 million, yeah, that's probably where we'll land. But anyways, so there's only 2 projects that I see on Hornby and Denman with all the good work we've done the last few years that I would prioritize, at least to the end of this term, to investigate, but they probably won't be spent before the end of this term. One would be the Denman Fire Hall, and the other would be the opportunity that's starting to arise with the Hornby and Denman bus. And there's ongoing discussions right now with the committees on the islands to look at the future and potential to electrify that system. And the cost will be, probably up to 500 grand. So I'm sure we could pursue some grants in the future, but I would be quite happy to allocate a fair sum of money to that. Graham Lake, we're throwing so much money at it and still not getting there. I'm not throwing more of the community works, as I've talked about at other meetings, we'll need different solutions, and the halls have their own function. There's a lot of stuff that we addressed through different means last term. So for me, I would just highlight those 2 projects. And then for Bain Sound, I guess my first question was yes, and I think I saw nodding, yes, we can plan for the next 10 years. My second question is, should the South Sewer not move forward, what would be the current account of the monies that are allocated but unspent on that project? Because I don't know if I can't quite decipher it from the chart, but maybe you can help me with that. Thank you.
For sure. So first, if I can just, Kelly she can pull that up for you just to get clarity around the South Sewer. And thank you very much for your other comments and your other information. We do 10-year capital planning, and being able to think about and incorporate where we may or may not use the community work funds, I think is a very helpful exercise. And your comments about where you want to, we don't need to do anything in our 10-year plan this go around, but it certainly absolutely helps as we keep moving forward with next rounds of our planning and whatnot. So it's very helpful to know where you feel you want to be using the dollars that are there. For South Sewer, still in flux, that particular project. It has, for Area A, it has 431,905 allocated to it. At the moment, that's unspent. So that's what that is. And I do also just want to say we continue to be progressing with it. And, maybe on the flip side, there may be some additional dollars that we may want to be putting here if at all possible. So yeah, it's more to come, I suppose, of whether it puts money back in the pot or whether it needs a bit more. We'll see. Okay, thank you.
So avoiding cheap political gimmicks. Director Hardy, you got a comment?
Thanks, Sharon. Just curious, question to staff regarding Lazaro Road Greenway of $433 and $433,902 being decommitted. I'm just wondering, were those funds that were coming out of Area B to go towards the Lazaro Road Greenway, or was that part of the community work funds. I'm sorry, I see it now. It's part of the community work funds, but was it community work funds that was kind of allocated for area B?
That's correct.
Yeah, thanks.
And,
Now, I got one follow-up if I could, Lucy.
yes, for sure.
Again, looking at all the various services here and the increases in some of the services that we have. Is there means of, for area B, taking the 433,902 and directed it towards some of these services? So whatever requisition comes out of area B can kind of be slightly less than what we're forecasting right now?
So how about we'll take that in as a piece of feedback to us as finance, and as we keep going, where we see some further opportunities, we'll bring that to Alexa. Okay,
Great, thanks.
perfect. We'll have to just make sure that it fits the criteria as we go, but
That's
we'll
it, yeah.
highlight as we go.
Yeah, keeping it. Again, at the electoral area forum, small water systems was a big issue. For some reason, the provincial government seems to be tone deaf to smaller water systems. And the point was raised by some of the electoral area directors that that new technology around point of entry systems is not being considered. So it falls to us to try to meet the same criteria and regulations that big city water systems face. I also have a comment about the Bear Creek vehicular bridge for $400,000. I think to quote Krista Freeland, let's keep our powder dry. I would rather take that out and keep it in reserves at this point. I think it seems to me to be a nice to have. I know the guys like to drive their pickup trucks down there, and I've been over that bridge, and I don't think it's at the end of life by any means. And we give money to the Oyster River Salmon Enhancement Group every year in grant and aid from Area C, and I think Area B kicks in as well. So I mean, it seems to me that it could be maybe kept in reserve for something different. So I'd be very open to taking that off the list.
We can talk further about that particular project as we get to the service as well, but for sure hearing.
So
not a
we'll wait
resolution.
for this when we get to the service, but I just thought I'd flag that right off. So anything else from the directors? Okay, so we need to move the sheet on that. So the first report, number 2, motion received from Director Arbor, seconded by Director Hardy. Anyone opposed? It carries. And number 3. And there is so to remove receipt, or do we just include that in number 2?
Sure, on the,
Oh, there's a recommendation. Okay, we're on 2
Yeah,
still.
this
Okay.
is the recommendation to
On to-
decommit those funds for those 4 projects as noted.
With the exception, we're gonna deal with it later, okay?
Yeah, the exception or the.
Would be on the number 3.
That's on the next one, correct.
Exactly. Okay. So, Director, you want to speak to it? Pardon me.
No, just waiting for Director Arbor. I think he moved and I was going to second.
And it's moved and seconded?
Yeah.
No more discussion? All in favor of the recommendation? That carries. Number 2, a report for receipt.
Second.
Moved and seconded on receipt. Any discussion on receipt? Seeing none, anyone opposed to receipt? That carries. And the recommendation?
I'll move the recommendation, but taking out the Bear Creek Nature Park vehicular bridge.
I'll second that.
Okay.
So we'll take it out at that point just as well. Any more discussion on that? Anyone opposed? That carries. Okay. Move forward and we're off to introduction of Crystal Rose.
Yeah, and actually, I think the way we structured the agenda is we do have these core service presentations. You would have seen them at the board meeting last Monday, I guess it is. So staff are able to touch on those core presentations. Again, I don't think they'll be nearly as lengthy as they were a week ago. And then we'll move into the individual service presentations. So I'll keep on talking while Mark grabs the clicker, and then we'll move into the core service presentation for water supply. Over to Mark.
Welcome, Mark.
Thank you through the CEO and through the chair. Good morning. Like James said, I think you have all seen this, heard this before, so I'm going to keep it really quick. But of course, I'm happy to go back to any of the slides that you might have questions about. The core service of water for the regional district is an important service. Here's a summary of some of the different systems that are included. And one interesting metric about the CBRD's water systems is that almost 8 out of every 10 people in the CBRD get their water from a CBRD water system in one way or another. These success indicators were developed by the board a couple of years ago at strategic planning. These goals guide staff to ensure that the CBRD's water systems meet the board's goals and objectives, and include many important metrics like quality, quantity, conservation, affordability, and resilience, and of course, a strong working relationship with Comox First Nation. Some of the key initiatives underway. The South Water Project continues to be a high priority. Water master planning continues, a little bit behind, but that's because of the Bill 44 initiative by the province, and a lot of rework on trying to project future demand from the potential increased density. And of course, asset management, key initiative for this service, as there is a lot of equipment. On the corporate energy and emissions plan, completed some audit work in 2024. And in 25, we're drilling down to investigate the top projects from that audit work to see what the payback and financial implications of those projects are. So Chris and his team will be reporting out on that in 2025. Trends and challenges, and Chris will get into the more of the details on this, but some of our challenges are long lead times, high costs, increased regulation, not so much on the water quality side, but just on safety and traffic control and cultural heritage impacts. Some of those things are creating a big demand on the departments. But on the opportunity side, we have a great team, and asset management is really starting to pick up now at the RD, and I think that's going to start to show some great benefits in the future. Just quickly on cost. So this is a rolled up chart of all the CBRD's water systems. So it's hard to pick out, which system's having creating which kind of impact. But the one color to note there is the green at the top in the future, and that is the rural services. The smaller services are going through a big effort to allocate more money towards reserves. So those are increased parcel taxes that then on the next slide here show an increased orange component, which is the transfer to reserves. So we're saving up money in those smaller systems for the replacement of the linear infrastructure over time, which is a big effort over the next 10, 15, 20 years. And in summary, the CBRD's core water service supports the strategic drivers by completing rate reviews and master planning, by watershed protection, conservation, by partnering with municipalities and other stakeholders, and by ensuring safe and accessible water to the communities. And I'm happy to answer any questions. If there is none, we'll turn it over to Chris.
We have questions, Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Question for staff, again, just looking at the expenses for Service 305, and a big one is bulk water purchases. So I'm just wondering if you could help me out with regards to what that all entails, or how this service, or why this service is buying bulk water.
I think
Yeah.
actually maybe before Mark jumps in, that'll be a great question. And Mark, it might be
Yeah.
part of yours or Chris's presentation under service 305 when we get to that
Oh, sorry.
particular service. That's
Yeah, so
okay.
it's 305 is coming up and Chris is going to walk through the, you know, the whole budget and capital plan for 305 and he'll be
Okay.
able to speak to that question for sure.
Jump the gun there.
Not at all. Thank you.
Hurry up, Chris.
So I think, yeah, over to Chris LaRose, our Senior Manager of Water Wastewater Services, to be introducing several of our individual service area budgets as we proceed. So Chris, over to you.
Thank you, James, and through the chair. Good morning, everyone. Just bear with me. I'm just going to share my screen. Should be coming up now. There we go. So yeah, that was a good segue into the presentation for the proposed financial plan for function 305, the Comox Valley Water Local Service Area. So I've got a brief presentation here to walk through as a summary of the plan, and then I'll be available for questions. This is the start of I think 4 or 5 on the agenda. So I'll spend a little more detail on some of the pieces that are in common to each of the service areas in this presentation, and then kind of skim over them in the subsequent presentations, just to be conscious of your time. I know you have a lot of presentations today, and likely a long day ahead. So just first, a brief overview of this specific water local service area. So as you can see, it wraps around the rural areas closest to the municipalities within our regional district. So it was previously a number of different and distinct service areas that were aggregated about 6 years ago into 305. And most of the distribution systems within this service area were inherited from improvement districts and waterworks districts over the years. So not necessarily built or developed by the CVRD, but taken over management over the years. And there's about 2,000 connections now as a total aggregate in this service area. That straddles all 3 electoral areas. So just starting with a brief overview of our accomplishments last year. So we completed a pretty significant preventative maintenance program last year. We've increased our preventative maintenance across the board, but a big focus on fire hydrants. There are hundreds of hydrants in this service area, and they've all now been inspected, repaired, and fully repainted. So you probably noticed that driving around the communities, that they're looking very shiny. And in addition to making them look better, that also ensures that they will last as long as possible. We've exercised or maintained our air valves, exercised all our valves, and maintained our pressure reducing valves. We decommissioned and deconstructed the Huban Road booster station, which we inherited through the Sandwick conversion of the Sandwick Waterworks district or improvement district. We took down the building, disconnected the water main connection, and then reestablished the property to natural state. There are a number of other pieces, as we'll see as we walk through the plan, that are left to do as part of that conversion process, which occurred back in 2017. We're just kind of spreading that work out and prioritizing it. We completed another piece relating to Sandwick was we completed 50% of the water main changeover project for the Huban and Minto Road. The remainder will be done in 25. And then we developed and started implementation of a road safety program that's all the way across our water operations. And I'll touch more on that on a subsequent slide too. So yeah, so more on that traffic control piece. We've been experiencing difficulties in well, both the cost escalation of traffic control, but also securing these services when we have a main break. They can occur at all hours of the day or night, and it's a critical piece for the safety of our operators. and the public. And so we've felt compelled to develop an in-house solution. So we've now got a traffic control trailer with all the required signage. We've developed a number of different traffic plans for different scenarios, including full road blockage or just shoulder work. And we've started to make use of that. Here's a photo of our training. So we painted the lines at our water treatment plant and put did a 3 or 4 hour training process with all of our operators to become familiar with each of those 5 plans that were developed, rather than doing them on the road somewhere and putting the operators at risk. In looking ahead in 2025, we've got the remainder of the second half of that Mitchell-Huban water main changeover, working closely with the Ministry of Transportation in delivery of that project. Another piece on the Sandwick is the reservoir removal. So that's up at the top end of Mitchell Road in Seal Bay Park. That reservoir has been decommissioned since the services were combined. But we're working to remove that reservoir and either return that area to natural state or potentially hand that over to CBRD Parks. And then we've got 2 PRV chamber upgrades planned for the year. So this is to make them easier to access, easier to maintain without confined space entry, and prolong the life of those pieces of infrastructure. So overall, in terms of trends, challenges, opportunities, we're struggling across the board with all of our services, water and wastewater, with long lead times. They've never really recovered since COVID. So we've adjusted our operations to account, but there is certainly a continued escalation of the cost of goods and services, which we've structured into this financial plan. And we strive to harness the innovation and creativity of our crews to identify opportunities to further reduce costs and offset any increases. So diving into a summary of the proposed plan, just starting with human resources. So we're forecasting a 0.11 increase in FTE for this service year over year. And nothing forecast for 2026. The increase this year is just from a reallocation of operator positions between operator and management, the way that those positions are allocated between our water services. So on the management side, it's allocations is how it's budgeted and billed. On the operator side, we budget based on a review of previous year's actual time, and then only actual time is billed. And so this is just part of making changes as demands in the various services increase or decrease over time. Looking at expenses. Yeah, so personnel costs up per that previous slide. Very modest increase in material supplies and utilities as we work to find ways to keep those costs down. We've seen a pretty significant step up in contract and general services. The biggest line item there that's driving that increase is a budget for this year to help us start our condition assessment program. As we'll see when we get to the capital side, we're starting to, so within the 5-year plan, in fact, we have some main replacement projects scheduled, and then through the remainder of the 10-year plan. And this is just part of kind of us entering into that the next 15 years of main replacements as those old aging distribution systems, the pipes need replacing. And so one way we can help to better defer those replacements or better spread them out is to understand what condition they're in. And so that for this year and next involves spending some money on internal and external resources to put together a plan and make sure we're collecting the condition data as we do work and then filling in the gaps with study work. So that's a really important piece for us to help spread out those upcoming costs of main replacements. We've also included funding within this budget, and you'll see in others as well, for compliance with the Provincial Heritage Conservation Act and the Cultural Heritage Policy. And then lastly, machinery and equipment costs are up significantly, just relating to supply chain and inflation. You'll see here that our transfer to reserves is roughly in line, just a little bit lower than last year, potentially pending a prior year surplus. And on the revenue side, we're forecasting the increases you see here on the slide, and these are consistent with those approved in 2023 through the comprehensive rate review process, through a combination of increases to parcel tax and user rates. And this slide just summarizes the outcome for the next 5 years in line with that, the outcome of the rate review in 2023. Looking into the other 4 years of this 5-year plan, so we just touched on revenue. Like I said, those are consistent with 2023 rate review. And otherwise, you can see a bit of a drop. So 2026 still elevated in contract and general service as we do the second year of the condition assessment program, but then drop down to slightly lower levels in the latter 3 years as we've completed that work. And happy to see some, we'll get into this in a little bit more detail later, but happy to see some significant reserve contributions forecast for this service. Now we jump into capital planning. So just an update on asset management. So we continue to update and maintain and add to the asset inventory developed for this service back in 2018, 2019. We're supporting the corporate asset management program development. We are working, updating the condition assessment. So the condition assessment work plan for 25 and 26 is part of updating the risk and criticality assessment. So as we develop a better data on condition assessment, that can help us better assess the criticality of our infrastructure, and then helps to prioritize which mains get replaced when. We continue to integrate with GIS and implementation of the computerized maintenance management system, otherwise known as CityWorks, which has become a really, really integral tool for us in the planning of our preventative maintenance and all work. And we're also working with finance and the newly hired manager of asset management to scope out and select a decision support software, which is a way of better managing our asset inventory and helping develop scenarios for asset replacement. So this table summarizes the 5-year capital plan. So that the number of items on 2025. So the engineering for the Lloyd Road main replacement project, which is likely being expanded to include a short section of Atlas Road as well. The PRVA chamber upgrades I mentioned, Charter Road section of main replacement, which is part of a grouped water main project that we're delivering with projects from all of our water local service areas. And that's a model that we hope to further develop and expand as we start to see bigger and bigger main replacement, a bigger and bigger program of main replacement projects annually. And looking into 26, we've got the biggest item there is the Lloyd Road main replacement. We've also got, you'll start to see at the bottom under that pipe replacement line, and it'll be supported by a graph on the next slide, just showing that we're getting into that that phase of starting to replace mains. And you see that in the latter 5 years of the 10-year capital plan as well. You see that number ramping up. And that's really just a different, these numbers in a different form, showing here on the asset replacement schedule, which was currently is just based on the age of our pipes. But we hope to have that updated, and the shape of that graph will change as we get the condition assessments completed for this infrastructure. And reserves, here's a summary slide showing the future expenditure reserve balance and capital works reserve, and then future expenditure reserve over these 5 years. So providing a reserve for unforeseen operational costs or legal, and then our capital works reserve, where our contributions, as you can see, are increasing over the annual contributions are increasing over this 5-year plan, as was the primary objective of the rate review process in 2023. So happy to see those starting to increase as we save up for the significant main replacement program. And you can see over the latter 5 years of the 10-year capital plan, those kind of balances starting to decrease as we draw from them to help fund that main replacement program. And so finally, just a summary. So from fiscal responsibility, the focus on asset management is a key priority. The establishment of fair and sustainable rates through the outcome of that 2023 rate review, which included a commitment to revisit and undertake an update to that in 2027. From the climate and environmental side, we've got fully metered water systems combined with the conservation rate structure, and we're working to keep our infrastructure as resilient and reliable as possible. Delivery of the services in close communications with the Comox First Nations on all relevant matters. And from an accessibility perspective, we provide equitable access to our water, and we do consider applications for extension of the water system around its boundaries. So that's it from me. I'm happy to answer any questions about the proposed plan.
Thank you, through the chair. We just have one item to add, and just in line with where potentially we see some opportunity for additional alleviation of debt with some grants. We just wanted to comment about one of the capital projects that Chris just mentioned, and I'll just pass it over to Kelly, as she's been taking a look once again on how we have some things funded. And as Chris has mentioned in this service, we're always looking to make those reserves as strong as possible. And obviously where we are using debt and we can alleviate debt servicing costs, that helps to be building these water reserves up where we very critically need it. So I'll pass it to Kelly to let you know what we're seeing.
Thanks, through the chair. So there is a capital project, the Lloyd Road main replacement and upgrade. There's 200,000 in 2025 budgeted and 800,000 in 2026. We could use community works funds towards that project, which will alleviate the future debt by $1 million. This plan for the asset replacement.
And this is electoral area A and B.
Sorry, it's just B.
Oh, just B. Sorry.
Just B. Sure. So in the annual capital projects, there's a capital project for the Lloyd Road main replacement, and we have budgeted 200,000 in 2025 and 800,000 in 2026. We could use community works funds for that. Right now it's being funded through reserves, but that will shift the need for long-term debt in 2026 and 2027 for the future asset management. We could deflect some of the reserves towards that project.
Comment, Director?
Yeah, that seems, anyways, that's Dr. Hardy's turf, but it seems to me pretty wise, especially because Area B's got quite a bit of community works unspent. And did you say, yeah, there's 5 years for those unallocated funds from the last cycle to be spent? Right, and then you're getting all this fresh money for the next 10 years. So that could help cover your last round with that investment and reduce your debt. maybe you could ask for a report back to, we could ask for a report back on that option for the next meeting.
Yeah, you can do that.
So I know we were trying to balance the cost on the present users with the cost on the future users. So when we talk about our asset replacement, is it after 2030 that the borrowing kicks in? Am I correct on that, if I remember correctly, pretty much?
Yeah, definitely. So we've chosen to ramp up rates, user rates and parcel tax for the services over a 15-year period. So it's a relatively slow ramp up. Over that same period, we start to see the projects occurring. And so in the early years of main replacement, we're leaning a lot heavier on borrowing. But as we start to get towards the full implementation of the increased rates, then that borrowing amount starts to fall, and we are able to kind of draw more heavily on reserves.
And of course, we're looking at cost escalations all the way down the pike. And a dollar that potentially would be worth 60 cents on the US dollar. So yeah, it's not, again, local government makes plans and God laughs. So it's, you know, it plays into our great Canadian more righteous than thou attitude that we've got, here we are in the electoral areas with fair and sustainable water rates, conservation-based metering with a tier system. We're rewarded by diminishing votes on the Water Commission. So, you know, it's an irony. Just have to bring that out. Doesn't seem to be lost on, or does seem to be lost on our biggest municipality, that's for sure.
So just
Lucy?
just to reconfirm going forward, we've made a note about that particular project. When we come back next time with an update for community work funds, we can discuss that further, bring some more information. And for the time being, for this service, it is in a balanced state with its parcel tax scheduled and its utility rates and it, for the purposes of getting through for this budget, it can remain as is, and we can consider the use of the grant as we go forward into the year. Okay.
Dr. Hardy?
Yeah, thanks. I jumped the gun earlier with regards to the question regarding the bulk water purchases, and I'm just wondering what that was all about.
Sure. Yeah. Sorry, Director. I flagged that to include within my presentation and I forgot. So this service, as you'll see as we get into the others, where they're a higher complexity because they have their own treatment processes. Service 305 does not. It's just a distribution function because we buy bulk water from the Comox Valley water system. So that's where that bulk water line item comes from. So we pay the same bulk water rate as Courtney and Comox do for injection into their own distribution systems. So it's currently set at $1 per cubic meter. Yeah.
$1 for a cubic meter. What's the real value of water? Okay, so we're on receive that report, are we? Just move on? Straight to the recommendation? Okay, so we're not willing to change it at this point. We're just going to go ahead with what we got and review it. Director Harper?
I would say let's not do a resolution because if we get let's just ask for a report back that would layer in the community works potential contribution, and then we can vote on that next meeting.
I think if I heard Lucy correctly, the proposed budget can be considered and approved today, and the layering in of the community works funds, as you mentioned, and as would reduce the Lloyd Road main replacement project borrowing requirements, that can be done at a later date. There would be no, you would not be committing on to that borrowing requirements by approving the proposed budget today because it is balanced out and it can proceed as it is. and the application of community works to reduce or eliminate any borrowing can be done at a future time, because that's not something that would happen. That would be months, if not next year,
Of course.
before borrowing would be considered.
I mean, again, I'm different to Dr. Green and Dr. Hardy, but to me, going back to our initial discussion at the start of the day, if we adopt that today, that's whatever, a 15% increase on that budget. If we layer in the community works in the adopted plan, then that's a 0% increase, right? So for me, it's actually consequential to the bigger picture of the CVRD, and I think we could arrive at a decision on community works before budget cycle is over.
Maybe I get Lucy to speak to that, whether or not that layering of community works funds will actually impact on the either the user rates or any kind of requisition.
Well, it could.
Lucy?
For this particular service, your funding sources come from your utility rate plus your parcel taxes. Those are set currently for this service, and that's how you see them incrementally increase. And this was all part and parcel of the utility rate review. So from a parcel tax perspective and a utility rate perspective, we have those set up to which year, Chris? We have them in for
So 15
Yeah.
years from 2023. So they're set increases to 2038.
from a bylaw perspective, we have them in the bylaw for 2 years, or was it 3 years?
Through it
3 years, I
Yeah.
believe.
total from.
Okay, so we're going to continue along with those set rates per bylaw. And that's the revenue that you see coming into this project. So from an immediate impact on this budget to households, we wouldn't recommend reducing the revenue flows, the rates at this point. So there would not be an immediate implication with this budget if we brought in those community work funds. But what would absolutely happen is that by using grant dollars to that project to the future, it's going to give us healthier reserves, which will totally help us to the future. And sorry if I confused on the debt piece. There's other projects to the future where we needed to use debt that would alleviate that debt. So absolutely going to the future, it would help this service out.
Oh, you
Is that-
gave me the mic on?
Yes, and the decision to put some dollars here from community works funds, you can make those if there's a comfort level with that. But we also can do it in the coming months as well. As I was saying, next time we bring you an update for community works funds, it can be something that we consider then.
Director?
Balancing future payments and current pressures. And we keep hearing people are under pressure, and their water rates are some of the highest escalation rates that we face at the CVRD right now. So I think to say we'll put more money towards reserves, people need money in their wallets now. And I think if I was you and you're sitting on all this money with the Comox Valley Water Service, and community works of unspent, like you saw in area B and C, you have a lot of unspent funds. So say that you double that 800 and put 2 million, because you guys have a lot of unallocated funds. We could go back to the bylaws and reduce the rate for people today and help people today. And I would be really interested in seeing the long-term curve as to what it does to the reserve picture if you were to apply a couple of $1 million on that service. Those are the options available to us. We can do status quo and keep having this kind of perfect asset management plan, right? But I think when you have money sitting there, you can go back to bylaw and reduce the pressure. I just want this committee to be aware of that. We don't have to vote for that if you don't want to, but personally, I don't have that kind of money the two of you have. I'd be quite interested to see what the impact would be. And then I would go back to bylaws and reduce it. Just my perspective.
I would suggest as well that we're probably going to have to review and revamp our asset replacement plan going forward into the future, considering the runaway inflation on and potentially on materials and services. So, it'll be more like the Bronco Moncrief Cumberland service plan of when it breaks, fix it. We might be there. The other option would be just to keep our powder dry and keep that money in our own reserves for the Canada tax and then use it somewhere else where it will have more of an immediate effect. This is my understanding from hearing this is just, there's so many moving parts, right? It's such an integrated system. It took us such a long time to come up with this total asset replacement plan. We're going to be hearing about it in the other water systems as well. So I think it could be done, but I just think that maybe because of the complexity, it might be better just to keep that money in the Canada Community Building Fund. Get nods. Crystal Rose, you want to speak to it?
Just to reiterate what I mentioned before, that we do plan to revisit the rate review, do another rate review process in 2027. So that will be updating on all matter of issues or inputs, including costs of materials and labor, but also available grant funding and all the rest.
Wasn't that long ago, you waited till you saw a geyser coming up in somebody's front yard before you actually acted on things. So, it's, this is all very good, best practice and all that, but like I say, we're still acting like an entitled first world country, so maybe we have to lower our expectations a little bit going forward, so. We'll let this go? So where are we at now? Do we need nothing on, no action from the committee at this point? So back over?
I think to the committee, staff would appreciate some direction, either support for the proposed financial plan as it presented, or some other direction to look at the application of the community works, whether or not that could affect the rate review. Or sorry, the rate structure going forward. So some direction from the committee would be important to understand.
Well, for the reasons I just gave, I think that perhaps we just move forward with the recommended action.
Maybe it's helpful if I just confirm one thing at this point in time. Bringing in community works funds to assist with the capital side would not have a direct implication to the operating cost. So that would be difficult to be able to translate that into this immediate assistance for households. To the future, it will. To 2025, it's not going to have an immediate impact.
Director?
Yeah, thanks. So I'm just wondering how we communicate that to our constituents at the end of the day. So yeah, you're paying today, but down the road, there is going to be a savings to our constituents, right? If I'm understanding you correctly. So I think maybe that addresses Director Harbour's comments or thoughts too, right? With regards to, at the end of the day, we want to show to our constituents that we are trying to do some cost savings here. So the cost savings isn't going to happen here in 25, but it may take place in 26 or 27. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if we can communicate that with regards to this particular service, then I think that's a fair compromise for everybody.
Within the tax inserts, that was one thing that we thought was very important to your households. So we'll try to really quite emphasize that and make it clear, showing how those dollars help them to their future costs. Okay.
So it was difficult to convince the residents that we're doing this for your kids and your grandkids. But really, that's precisely what we're doing. If somebody can move the recommendation.
Yeah, I'll move.
I'll second it. So on the recommendation, anyone opposed? That carries. And we're on to Sandwick. And over to Sandwick. And Crystal Rose is here with us again.
Thank you through the chair. Just bear with me. I'm just going to pull up my presentation. I've got a very brief presentation here to support this one. This service, as I mentioned in the last presentation, the Sandwick Improvement District was converted to a regional service back in 2017, I believe. And since then has existed for the collection of a parcel tax that was part of the reserve balance equalization. So the province directed indicated support for the conversion process, subject to ensuring fairness in how. Sorry, this was since the amalgamation of the service areas a couple of years after that. So the province wanted to make sure that the aggregation of these 5 service areas with differential amounts of reserves per property was done fairly. And Sandwick was one of those that had lower than average reserve balance per connection, and has been we've been collecting and transferring a parcel tax, the revenue from the parcel tax to function 305 to help boost their kind of per connection reserve balance. This parcel tax will have accomplished that by 2028, and that's reflected in the proposed plan. So the total collected from this service and transferred to 305 annually is 85,301. And as shown here, it will have accomplished its objective by 2028. So happy to answer any questions about this one, but yeah, the recommendation is that the plan be approved as proposed.
Okay, ready to move on? Okay. On receipts, first and seconded on receipt. No discussion. All those opposed? And the recommendation? Move second on recommendation. And anyone opposed to that? Also carries. Over to Service 308, Union Bay. Moving second on receipt and back over to Chris.
Great, thank you, Chair. Through the chair to the committee. Bringing up the next PowerPoint. Here we go. So again, I've prepared this presentation to help walk through the proposed plan for the financial plan for the function 308, the Union Bay Water Local Service Area. So first, a brief overview. So this service was established in 2021 with the conversion of the prior Union Bay Improvement District. It provides water to about 700 connections within Area A, stretching from the roughly Spindrift Road all the way down to Buckley Bay. Looking back at last year's accomplishments, the year of the dam. Yeah, so we just one piece that we did not have a great appreciation for when we entered into the conversion process was the kind of the responsibilities and that come along with management of a dam. So the management of dams are regulated by the province, just for obvious reasons. There's some very clear safety issues relating to dams. And while this one is fairly modest in size, as we've found through work last year, it is not insignificant in terms of the effort required to maintain it, and also to study and satisfy the regulatory requirements for being, aware of for management planning. So yeah, we undertook a bunch of work on the dam itself. We've better incorporated into our operations of the service area, just the weekly inspection requirements. We've also completed an inundation study required for regulatory compliance. Separate from the dam, we've performed a leak detection exercise and found and repaired 10 leaks. And if you recall, this was in response to a real spike in consumption in summer of 2024. Where the water treatment plant was struggling to keep up and keep the clear well full. We suspected that it was likely being at least exacerbated by leaks. We focused on the Kilmarnock Craigdarroch subdivision area and found some very major leaks that we were able to repair and relieve the acute kind of water capacity issue. So we plan to do more of that work this coming year, which is pretty exciting to be able to, the prospect of clearing up some additional capacity at that plant just by resolving resolving leaks. And a reminder, the water master plan for this service concluded that at the time of the plan, so prior to the repair of these leaks, we had about 41% of water being treated at that plant was unaccounted for, which is a very high value for a water system. So hopefully we're starting to make some progress towards reducing that number. We also installed 2 water distribution sample kiosks to help with our water quality monitoring required under regulation, and then designed the Nelson Loop water main project, which is one of those grouped water main projects that I mentioned, which will be delivered this coming year. Well, here's an aerial photo of the spillway of the dam on Langley Lake, just showing some of the cleared trees, and just highlighting one of our challenges is that inheriting this piece of infrastructure, we didn't inherit a way to access the other side of that dam. So the dam stretches to both sides. So we're working on securing access from the neighboring property owner so that we can get over there and fulfill our obligations on that side as well. This is a photo of some photo point monitoring. So part of our weekly inspection is the operator sets the iPad at that spot, takes a photo, and there's about 5 or 6 of them across the dam. And then through that way, we develop a photo point monitoring system that we can look back on and we can actually, engineers can assess the photos and identify, certainly assess growth of vegetation, but also even potentially slippage of the dam structure itself. Looking ahead to 2025, we plan to put an outlet meter on the clear well or the reservoir, and that will help us in our efforts to identify additional leaks. So just to strengthen our kind of ability to audit the water consumption. We will continue to upgrade the SCADA and controls at the treatment plant to bring it in line with the SCADA and controls at the rest of our treatment plants, which makes it easier and less effort and lower cost to administer and operate. And these will be able to integrate with any future upsizing that occurs of this treatment plant. We planned an upgrade to the McKay Reservoir site, which is down near Buckley Bay, and currently a source of both water wastage and some risk. For the dam, we plan to build and maintain the access road across Washer Creek to access the other side of the dam, like I mentioned, and undertake an inspection of the intake in the lake and undertake any repairs that are identified, as well as constructing the Nelson Loop as part of that grouped water main project. So similar trends, challenges, and opportunities that I mentioned for function 305. And just a little bit more detail on those 2 pieces that I mentioned. So the McKay Reservoir upgrade. This is just an example of an innovation by our team. Coming out of the water master planning process, there was a recommendation for a fairly costly study, which would likely have been followed by some more major upgrades to this infrastructure. But our operations experts have come up with a solution to repurpose, or not repurpose, but expand the purpose of the Nelson Road PRV, which is in the core area of Union Bay, to act like an altitude valve to help with the filling of that distant tank. So this will avoid significant upgrade costs for the service. And those photo polls, I already highlighted those as an innovation, a way for us to better monitor the dam, the health of the dam. So diving into the proposed plan and starting with human resources. So similar to the last function, or 305, we're seeing a proposed change of 0.11 FTE for the service, again, just through reallocation or optimization of the allocation of operator and management time between our water services, and then no change in 2026 forecast. Looking at expenses, personnel costs in line with the last slide. Material supplies and utilities, a significant step up. Just that's relating to just the increased cost of everything, but particularly main repairs. So for this service, this is you have an aging distribution system. And in addition to service interruptions, and there was a discussion about level of service during the last presentation. In addition to service interruption when mains break, there's also a significant cost that comes along with repairing them because they often happen outside of business hours and incur some significant costs. So that's a big driver for that line item. And then we've got a significant increase in costs for the contracted general services for permitting and licenses for CHP and HCA compliance, and similar to 305, as well as professional fees and engineering fees, which are the bulk of the increase relating to the condition assessment program and some study work to support the capital works already highlighted as part of the 25 plan. This table is showing a very significant reduction in transfer to reserves, but we do expect some that to be strengthened with a bit of the prior year surplus. But we also, as discussed earlier, regarding the rate review, so we're rolling out a 15-year increase in rates for this service, and it's taking it'll take a little bit of time for those rates, the parcel tax, combination of the parcel tax and user rates to increase to the point where our reserve balance contribution or reserve contributions are increasing. And looking into the latter 4 years of the proposed plan, we see a reduction in the contract and general services. So there's a kind of a one-time increase in 25 and 26, largely driven by that condition assessment, and then dropping down to closer to previous levels in the latter 3 years. Then you can see the transfer to reserve projected is projected to slowly increase as we go through those 5 years, and as a result of the program of rate increases. Nothing much to add to the previous messaging regarding asset management. Yeah, all of these water services are managed together. The capital plan for this service, looking at 25, we are embarking on a water meter replacement program for this service. The meters are original, so installed almost 20 years ago by the improvement district. And what we're finding as we replace failing meters is that the impellers within those meters are wearing down and likely undercounting the water consumption. These are also the old tap meters, so they require quite a bit of effort to go and operator effort to go and tap each individual meter. So over the next 5 years, we are planning to replace all of these meters with new ones that will do a more accurate accounting of water consumption and also negate the need for that 2 days of 2 operators per month that is currently required for reading them. And then you can see at the bottom line there the water treatment plant phase 2. So there is a carry forward from 24 that will show up in the recommended budget to round out that kind of $5 million cost estimate for that replacement. So if and when this project proceeds, it will be funded by others, not by the service, but it is a flow through, which is why it shows up in the capital plan. And then the second line, there's the pipe replacement. So similar with 305, similar age of distribution system here. So we're starting to see those budget for replacements coming in 2027, and they'll just be ramping up, as you can see in the latter 5 years of this plan. And that's again in line with the asset replacement schedule that was developed and used for the rate review that was done in 2023. And that will be updated as we deliver our condition assessment program. Lastly, looking at reserves. So 2 reserves for the service, future expenditure reserve for unforeseen operations and legal costs, and capital works reserve. Looking at the FE reserve, some modest contributions, so that's staying pretty steady. And then on the capital works, like I mentioned, some forecasted gradually increasing contributions, and then some transfers from reserves to fund the budgeted capital projects. And the reserve, you know, even while they're looking at the latter 5 years, even as the contributions are increasing, as you saw on the asset replacement schedule, those projects are forecast to ramp up and keep our balance, you know, very low for capital works reserve in this service. That's it for me. Happy to answer any questions about the proposed plan.
I think Director Harper's been waiting.
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad we're past the sticker shock of a couple of years ago when we introduced the parcel tax increases in advance of the asset management plan. So it's good that now we're kind of sailing along that line. And there's actually, I think, a lot of good stories in your presentation. And I was thinking of a post to the community that I would do, not on that, but the other budget items for Union Bay. But now that you were so comprehensive, it feels like this year is a comprehensive year for the water system. And just wondering if we could plan telling that story you just told in a letter to attach to the water rate at some point in the next few months. You know, covering the dam, I mean, that story around 41% leakage, that's really high. So it really shows that our focus needs to be there, you know, to bring down that service kind of into good control, so to speak. And the fact that you've already started at Kilmarnock, I think that there could be like a 2-pager to insert and tell that story of the next 5 years. There's a lot of residents on Union Bay that, so this is a great example. They'll go to our website, look at the finances, see the 3 million for the twinning the treatment plant, and then they come to me and they're like, "What the hell is this?" That's happened twice this year.
Yeah.
So I don't think we can get it off the book, but I think this room knows very well that we are not twinning the water treatment plant in 2026. It's just the reality of the beast where Union Bay Estates is at, and that's who would pay for it, and that's just not in the cards, in my opinion, pending some kind of miracle. So yeah, so I guess from the service perspective, just focusing on those water pipe replacement and trying to bring that 40% down is where the action is at for the service. And without Union Bay Estates in the short term, there is no need to twin. There is no need to spend staff time on capital project like that, right? So for the dam, I just want to make sure, and I went to the map and I think I got it right, but I just need to confirm with you. When you talk about road construction and the bridge to get to the dam, I've been lobbying Mosaic to deactivate Langley Lake Road. So that's on the south side of, so that's not what you're talking about. You talk about using our current access and having just a little branch over the creek so you can go on the other side. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're working with Mosaic right now to better secure our rights to the access road that we currently have.
Yeah.
And then also to secure a road, like you say, across the creek there so that we can access the other side of the dam. So that's what I meant by the road. But we do have a piece of work underway right now to better establish our rights on title for using the existing access road from McLeod Road to the lake.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I will do a 6 months pause on my heavy criticism of Mosaic that has been ongoing while you negotiate that, and let you close that deal, and I'll return to my criticism later on.
Thank you.
And there was one last question. Maybe it's not coming back. Oh, yeah, no, not a question, just if you can pass on whomever had the idea for the camera. So maybe you can tell the board that really appreciates the innovation. And I don't know if that was your idea or one of the members.
No,
but
it was one of
that's-
our operators, so I'll definitely pass that on. It was,
Yeah.
yeah,
Please do, but also say we still want you to go check out the dam in person once in a while, but maybe you won't have to do it every day, so that's great.
I just want to comment on the public messaging. I heard Director Hardy make a mention earlier of messaging to the public around these cost savings, some of these more either complex or more nuanced conversation points. So I think we're making notes as we go along here. I'm making notes certainly, and looking for these stories to tell. So I appreciate that perspective on some of these different components that we would use either during publication of budget or when we do provide information to the community through tax notices. And generally in other ways to communicate to the public on much of the good work that we are doing here. So I appreciate hearing these comments and certainly will make notes as we find opportunities to communicate.
Well, I think the other creative, innovative idea besides the cameras was what is an altitude valve?
so an altitude valve, and again, this is probably straying outside of my direct expertise, but it helps to control the Nelson Road PRV. It helps to step the pressure down. Our water treatment plant and tank are way up in the hill. So Union Bay Improvement District added those PRVs to help reduce the pressure in the kind of lower elevation mains, to reduce the leakage, reduce the main breaks. So they found a way to repurpose that one PRV to act more like an altitude valve, which helps to maintain the control of a distant reservoir. So for example, our East Courtney Reservoir the level there is controlled by an altitude valve at our Dingwall station. So it is an innovative use of the infrastructure. So it'll allow it to continue to keep the pressure low for the lower elevation mains, but also to help control the level of that distant reservoir.
And you did mention that rather than doing a extensive report and all this, that it saved a considerable amount of money.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so can we get them a Dairy Queen card or something?
Listen, I'll bring them some donuts. Yeah. Thanks for that positive feedback.
Okay, so we are on receipt. Any questions on receipt? Anyone opposed? Good, that carries. Recommendations moved, I'll second it. And is third. No more discussion on the recommendation. Anybody opposed on the recommendation? Seeing none, that also carries. Thank you very much. And I think we're going to skip right over to service 212. No. We have to face it dead on. This is service 310 Graham Lake Water Local Service Area report for receipt. Second receipt and back over to Chris.
Great, thanks to the chair. Yeah, so presentation to summarize the proposed financial plan for service 310 Graham Lake Water Local Service Area. So this, yeah, quite a few changes on this service. So this service was converted to, the Graham Lake Improvement District was converted to a regional service on January 1st, 2023. And then late last year in 2024, it was the Dammon Island Water Local Service Area, which has been a regional service for quite a long time, was amalgamated into the Graham Lake service. So we now have a single drinking water related service on Dammon that encompasses the previous improvement district and the previous Dammon Island Water Local Service Area. So it supplies water to approximately 91 properties in that combination. In 24, lots going on in this service. We undertook a control and treatment upgrade to reduce the operational load of the facility and also make it easier to operate remotely. And this was very successful. We were able, in February of last year, we were able to transition from on-island operations of this system to operations from town and a single one, sometimes two visits per week by our operators. So that's a change from like multiple visits per day prior to that to one or two visits per week through the completion of that control and treatment upgrade. We had, similar to Langley Lake for Union Bay, we have been undertaking our due diligence for the much smaller but still regulated dam on Graham Lake, which is owned and operated by the water service. As I mentioned, we amalgamated the two services into one with the help of many departments here at the CVRD. And then we also initiated the second phase of a pilot program to help us determine the preferred treatment for the water treatment project. Looking ahead to 2025, we will complete that pilot project. And in parallel with that, finalize the remaining due diligence. And then bring forward a recommended treatment technology to the committee around mid-2025 to allow us to initiate an assent process for borrowing to bridge the gap between the grant funding that was secured for the water treatment project and the actual construction costs. We'll also be undertaking condition assessment as part of that broader program I've mentioned on the previous, the other water local service areas. And that'll be applied here as well against the linear infrastructure. As you'll recall, that was the other big kind of question mark and big cost on this service that was identified in the 2023 rate review. So in addition to the other kind of the trends, challenges, and opportunities that have been highlighted for the other service areas, we also have the added challenge of it being remote. So the barrier of the ferries, both in terms of time and cost, and that's being mitigated, as I've highlighted, through design and innovation by our operators and dedication. So getting into the proposed plan, a very slight adjustment to the HR attracted by this service. So 0.03, again, relating to adjustments to the how positions are allocated between water services. Looking at expenses year over year, big increase in material supplies and utilities, big for the service, I mean, proportionally, still pretty tiny, but we've just getting a better handle on the cost that this service attracts. So some changes to telephone and travel, so travel cost for our operators to get over there once or twice a week. Software costs relating to remote management or remote operation of the infrastructure. And some contracts for machinery repair. Also showing a big reduction in transfer to reserves, but that is likely to be at least partially offset by a prior year surplus as it was the previous year. On the revenue side, no changes here. This is consistent with the rate review that was undertaken for the service through late 23 and early 24. Bit of a change just in how the revenue flows into the service with the amalgamation. Instead of us collecting the same revenue from our residents and transferring it over to Graham Lake, they are all now part of the same service area. So that's definitely some savings on the administrative side. This table just summarizes the first, the increases over the 5-year plan, which take us to year 7 of the 15-year rollout of rate increases for the service area. And then looking at the latter 4 years of the plan, only thing to highlight here, I guess, is the increase in debt charges that are forecast as we take on and deliver the water treatment project starting in 2027. And then really ramping up by 2029 there with a big step up as that project is complete and the full weight of that debt comes onto the service. On the capital side, nothing to add beyond my previous messaging on the asset management side. Just that this service is being treated exactly the same as we do with all of our other services. The capital plan, yeah, all relating to the water treatment project. Some capital funding scheduled for 25 is some work that we can complete now, but that will be transferable to the treatment plant as it's delivered. This similar to the other services, this is the visualization of the long-term capital plan with the future replacement of the that big bar, the orange bar at the right is just showing the future replacement of the treatment plant that will be installed over the next couple of years. Just a very quick high-level summary of that treatment project. Current estimate is just under $4 million, $1.4 million in grant, the remaining to be covered by borrowing and reserves. Quick summary of our reserves for the service. We have $10K in the future expenditure reserve and about $450 in the capital works reserve as of the end of last year. No big changes forecast for the FE reserve. Looking at the capital works reserve, though, we do have some withdrawals and contributions. And it will be, anticipated to be drawn down to minimal levels to help reduce the borrowing costs related to the water treatment project. That's it for me. Happy to answer any questions.
I'm glad you're happy. Over to Director Arbor.
Thanks, Chair. The service from hell is basically what I'm referring it to myself anyways. Wow, escalating to $3,500 in the next 5 years for water per home. That is hell and insanity. And I have an update to the board because at the last board meeting, I talked about Graham Lake and that maybe actually 2 weeks ago, I offered our MLE the money back, the 1.4, if they change their regulation to something that actually works for a small water system, even if it keeps people on water boil advisory. I mean, those are crushing sums of money for water. And I want to update because at that board meeting, I talked about Lund. And Lund, as on the Sunshine Coast, has a system the same size, 100 homes. And I told the board, my last update was a year and a half ago, I think, on that system. And they were going to $8,000 for water per home on the 100 homes. That is insanity. And of course, their electoral area director over there lobbied and got nowhere on changing the regulation, which is difficult to do. But guess what happened to them that I didn't tell the board because I didn't know. I looked it up after. They got a grant. $11 million. ISIP gave them $11 million for 100 homes. So our 1.4 million is starting to look pretty darn small. Like we're underperforming on the granting department, right? 11 million bucks for 100 homes. That is even more insanity. I mean, those were federal funds. The whole thing around water is just crazy. It's for small water system, and I know we've got this resolution for sustainable funding to water systems. That's not sustainable. I mean, you can find the funding, but it's, nobody has ever gotten sick on these water systems. Our regulations are too high. They're great for municipalities where you got 50,000 people and you got economies of scale. You can meet the regulation. And even then, it was a tough slug, right, in the Comox Valley to change the whole treatment to meet the regulation. Nobody got right. So anyways, I think I said that at the board. Chris, you weren't there, but I'm definitely set now. We are not doing a petition. We are not doing an AAP. We're going to go to referendum on this issue, 100%. I'm seeing people freak out in the valley about an AAP right now, and the amounts of money is like $100. We're talking about a $2,000 increase for residents of the Graham Lake area. They deserve a referendum and for everybody to be able to have a say. I don't know. Is there, so the new ISIP replacement that we're looking for potentially for other projects, I would like staff right now with that information in hand that land has gotten 11 million bucks. Let's just scrub everything federal right now to see if there's anything that we can apply for. Like in the next month or two, you know, before we head into an electoral assent process. I cannot find more community works fund. I mean, I pitched it to regional. We didn't really get take up at the time a year or two ago. And I thank my colleagues here for helping that effort to try to talk to the broader region about supporting that system. But I can see why they said no when there was not a lot of interest. And I'd be reluctant to put more community works because even for me at that scale of Denman of 1,300 residents, and then we're really like throwing, I would have to throw the whole pot of the next 10 years to make a difference, right? And then I'm putting at disadvantage the other 900 residents, right? I would use all the resources just in that one service. So I'd like to beg actually the staff to really thoroughly look at granting opportunities, knowing the Lund example, and maybe also place phone calls. Hey, Lund got 11. I'll go places like I can join some of those calls, but yeah. So service from hell. Let's try to figure it out. And I don't envy the people living in Graham Lake on this issue. But I think the referendum is the only path. And if it wins, everybody knows what they're buying into. And if it fails, then we go back to the province and we say, you got a broken regulation, you got a broken system for small water systems. Thanks.
Director Arbor, I want you to tell us what you really feel. Seriously, folks, this is a really big issue. It goes back to UBCM when I just about first got elected, and all this nonsense started because of two drunken brothers in Walkerton, Ontario, and a totally different kind of a water system. All of a sudden, case law got a hold of it, and the next thing you know, governments are scrambling to mitigate against nobody ever did a cost risk analysis on what the risk is. It just like, oh no, we're gonna, you know. And you've heard me say before at this budget meeting, we have to actually dial things back from this gold-plated, first world entitled kind of a, you know, standard that we're trying to reach, you know, when really there, you know, what is the risk? You know, why can't we be more reasonable about it? And I heard at the LGLE last week, the fact is so many small water systems are facing this. And does it really make sense to be throwing, you know, $11 million of taxpayers at 100 homes? We better to phone Water Pure and Simple and have them deliver over there every week for free. You know, I mean, it makes absolutely no sense. And yet we got ourselves all tied up in knots. And, you know, like I said, the government is absolutely tone deaf to this. We've got a resolution going forward to AVICC and UBCM, I guess, and it'll be put on the shelf with all the other resolutions that came forward over the last 12, 15 years. So I don't know. It makes no sense. And of course, it's one of those things that are shoveled down the road to local government to worry about. So it doesn't really matter in the hallowed halls of upper government. So see, I got mad too. I can do that. Okay. So we're at the receipt portion. Any more discussion on receipt? Seeing none, anybody opposed to receipt? That carries. And we have a recommendation for service 310 with the caveat.
Yeah, actually, I'll move it to see if there's a second or first, and I'll speak. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I'm getting a lot of heat from some people on Denman for approving these increases, and this last year was actually really hard because there was some, in my opinion, some language and accusations that were made towards our staff and elected officials that I called it off as being off base. But I think when people are under that kind of pressure, also understand where they come from, the people who are leveling that against us. And they may not appreciate the work that we're trying to do to figure it out. There were lines that were crossed, and it's hard to come back from that. And I just want to acknowledge both the pressure from the people, but also call them out and say that, you know, accusing staff and elected officials in the way that it was done is incredibly unproductive and inappropriate. Okay, that being said, why am I voting on this increase? As I said last year, because I've heard all year about that, if the increase, if we manage to find the grants, or if the project doesn't proceed because we have regulation, we still have a huge water pipe replacement program to do, okay? So those increases can go towards that. Right now, we're working on a 20-25-year plan, and we're advancing the financial plan under the assumption that this project may happen. But if it doesn't, that money will simply, that's just reserves, because the water lines are not like in critical dire shape, but they're not in good shape and they need to be replaced. So I'm going to say it again, because I know that people will watch this meeting. That's why I'm voting yes to that. It's another increase that looks like we're like a train towards the objective of the 3,000, but that's not how I look at it. I look at it as, if it doesn't go at referendum, or if the province comes and helps us out, or the feds, and if nothing happens, then we'll just push those monies into water pipe replacement. Okay, I just want to be clear, and it was a really hard year for community relations of this service.
Yeah, somebody once said that democracy doesn't work without good manners. And we see that. I think I was informed by staff that there's a 800% increase in verbal and physical abuse of elected officials in Canada over the last 2 years. I was reading where in Germany right now, there's an election going on. 30% of the people think it's quite acceptable to use physical and verbal abuse on elected officials. That's 30%. That's absolutely crazy. So I don't know how we're ever going to get people of the stature of Daniel Arbors, our rep here, to actually give of his time for public service. I mean, who's going to want to do that pretty soon? We're getting to a point where we're not going to get the brightest and best. We're not going to get people who are really dedicated. It's just I don't know how we turn ourselves back from this, but we have to return to decorum somehow and separate the personality from the politics, because that's the way it works. You disagree like crazy around the table and you go for a beer afterwards. Director, one more?
Yeah, just because it's a service from hell, I thought I would remind us too that I agree, the trend is worrisome. People are under pressure, so we get all that. We're not Mexico yet. Following the last local government election in Mexico, 35 newly elected mayors were killed. We're not there yet in Canada, but that is the reality.
So on that happy note, we're on the actual recommendation. Anybody opposed? That carries. And across the water, service 312, the Royston Water System. Moved and second receipt, and now we have Crystal Rose to present. Again.
Right, through the chair. So yeah, brief presentation to summarize the proposed financial plan for the Royston Water Service. Starting off with a brief overview. So the service falls entirely within Area A. It supplies water to approximately 1,000 connections, ranging in elevation from right up against the village of Cumberland, with a reservoir and some minor treatment up at that elevation, and then supplying water as far south as Spindrift Road and up to the southern boundary of the city of Courtenay. So accomplishments in 2024, we undertook major repairs of the Herondale Reservoir, repairing the floor pipe hangers and resealed the inside. So this was identified in a prior year inspection and completed in 24. We completed year 4 of what is now a 6-year replacement of our residential water meters in the service area. It started out as 5 years, but with escalation in the cost of the meters over that time frame, it's been a year has been added, keeping with that same budgeted annual cost of replacements. We also upgraded 2 of our PRV chambers, as I highlighted in a previous presentation, just to make them easier to maintain, easier to access, and safer for our operators. And replaced the 2 PRVs within those chambers. There's a photo of the Herondale Reservoir being repaired. Inside looking nice and shiny. This was what the bottom of that reservoir looked like before cleaning, during cleaning, and after. And looking ahead to next year, we've got 2 remaining PRV chambers and valves to upgrade. We plan to install a meter chamber at the outlet of the Royston Reservoir to help with auditing, similar to the Union Bay system. The Mounts Road water main will be replaced, and that's part of that grouped water main project that I mentioned that crosses across all of our water local service areas aside from Denman. We will complete the 5th of 6 years of the annual residential water meter replacements and do some engineering on establishment of a pump zone for the Kentwood area, which is the about 90 homes that are located at the highest elevation part of Royston, which once the switch over to regional water occurs over the next few years, we'll need a pump to boost into that pressure zone, because currently we use the pressure straight out of the village of Cumberland's system to feed that zone. So similar trends, challenges, and opportunities to our other services. And likewise on the innovation. Here's a photo of that trailer that we've developed for traffic management with all our signs and barriers and cones, etc. And you can see on the back wall the 5 traffic plans that have been established with the help of professionals, so that when our team are implementing them, they are doing so in compliance with those. So yeah, there's one strategic priority that overlaps with delivery of this service, which is the completion of the Water South Extension project. So that project is shaping up to be a collaboration between Royston, represented by the CVRD, the Comox First Nation, and the city of Courtenay. So there's a tripartite agreement that's currently under development between those 3 participants. And we're hoping to make some significant progress on that early this spring. And we have a piece of grant funding that has been secured for this work that expires in 2028. So that's the deadline we're currently working towards. So in terms of a summary of our proposed plan, just starting with the HR, just a very minor adjustment to the FTE allocated to this service, 0.04. Again, because of the shifting allocations, it's management and operators between the water local service areas. Looking at our expenses, so last year budget versus this year proposed, see a fairly big step up in contract and general services. We've got an increase in bulk water rate charged by the village of Cumberland, driving part of that. We've got professional fees for condition assessments, as previously highlighted, allocated for this service as well. As well as, not highlighted here on the right, but the allocated budget for compliance with the Provincial Heritage Conservation Act and the KFN Cultural Heritage Policy. Again, transfer to reserves appears to be very, very low. That we are in the very early stages of ramping up rates for the service as well, so that will increase. Budgeted reserve contributions will increase over time, as you'll see on a subsequent slide. On the revenue side, these increases to the parcel tax and user rates are consistent with those that were approved by the committee in late 23 as part of the rate review. Also highlighted here just for the 5 years of the plan. And then looking at expenses, revenue and expenses for the latter 4 years of the 5-year plan, we see these one-time or kind of 2-year costs relating to condition assessment stepping down after 26, going back to more normal levels. And you can see the transfer to reserve increasing fairly rapidly, which is much needed for this service as we enter into the main replacement program for it as well. On the capital side, nothing more to add on asset management, similar to delivery of the other services. The capital plan, we have the Mounts Road project in 2025, and then Kentwood Zone work in 26. And then you can see the pipe replacement program just kind of sneaking into the end of the 5-year plan here, and then ramping up fairly significantly in the latter 5 years of the 10-year plan. Very similar to our other service areas. So as I mentioned in the previous presentations, we hope and expect that the curve of that first peak on the left-hand side of this graph will change shape and timing significantly as we deliver our condition assessment program. As we hope and expect to get more time out of most of our pipes than are currently kind of being assumed as like industry standard. Although there likely will be areas that will be accelerated as a result of that work as well. A brief slide summarizing the Water South Extension project. So Royston's costs for this project are currently expected to be 2.5 million. So that's a portion of the water transmission main costs, the booster pump station at the bottom of Royston Road, some sections of new water main on Royston Road, and that pump zone to help supply the higher elevation properties around the Kentwood area. So yeah, funding's expected to be split between community works, reserves, and borrowing, short-term borrowing. Just a snapshot of reserves as of the end of last year. It's got 3 reserves for this service, so the FE reserve, capital works, and then the capital cost charge reserve, which was kind of a leftover from, we inherited that through the conversion process about 15 years ago when it went from the old Royston Waterworks. They had a capital cost charge in place, and we haven't seen much in the way of activity to that one, as I'll highlight on a subsequent slide. On the FE reserve, which is reserved for unforeseen operational expenses and legal costs, staying pretty flat over the 5 years. Capital works, as I mentioned at the earlier slide, ramping up in contributions as we go towards the end and the rate increase program progresses, and then some significant withdrawals to navigate the capital spending that I also highlighted. Capital cost charge reserve is anticipated to stay pretty flat. This could change depending on the development we see in that area, whether or not the sewer project proceeds. That could certainly change the development potential in the area, but for now we're not anticipating any significant contributions coming into this reserve. And that's it for me. Any questions?
Questions? Yes, Director Harper.
Yeah, thanks. This project reminds me of the currently $95 million of capital projects we have going on in Area A. And two of them going south, geographically, that is. But with this one, I have to say, like, I'm paying much more attention to the other ones. Because this is the kind of the sleeper, right? Where the water coming down, we don't get as many presentation because it's not part of the Union Bay or like it's been, I just want some reassurance today. Well, maybe we'll get a presentation later on this year, just an update ahead of the we haven't put shovel on the ground, but we have the nice trailer ready with the the signage and everything. But are you still confident in the estimates that you're not going to come back for more community works fund or anything like that? Like our estimate so far is holding up because we made that estimate a couple of years ago, I think.
It was originally made, 5 years ago, but we've updated that within the last
Yeah, the
18
last
months. So it's escalated to the midpoint of construction, which is still, the timeline still aligns. So can I guarantee that there won't be future escalation, particularly if tariffs come into place?
Right.
No, but we're feeling pretty solid on that estimate. right
What
now.
would be our contingency if, say that the 25% tariff, is it steel we use? Quite a lot of steel for this or not really?
Well, it'd be
For the pipes?
counter tariffs on, if
Right,
if
right,
there was a
right.
counter tariff on all goods coming into.
And our stuff comes from the States.
It
a
would
bit.
be like HDPE pipe, for
Right.
example, so that often comes from down south.
So the cost could go up, maybe not 25, but say maybe 15% or something.
So yeah, the cost of the material, like the pipe itself, is a relatively small fraction of the overall
Yeah,
project cost.
okay.
So then it's a percent of that
Yeah,
percent.
Okay, so not terrible.
So it would definitely result in an increase, but not proportional to the tariff.
Okay, so for now, I'll keep not thinking about that project. But maybe bring back a presentation sometime this year with a comprehensive update at one of our ESC meetings, so we know that it's all sailing smoothly.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
Thank you.
planned.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So any questions on receipt? I got one question, and that's, we talk about diversifying our procurement. Obviously, some of these products, they're not just made in the USA, they're made in Poland and Germany and Korea. And so are we going to start focusing on some of the farther afield suppliers? I mean, it would probably increase the timelines again, but timelines aren't good anyway. So I'm just wondering, is that part of our long-term contingency we were talking about earlier?
Yeah, if I can speak on that, I think that's very much part of that analysis that we want to understand is how much our materials and our goods affected by any potential tariffs, and then what other opportunities or sources do we have to locate those materials, and what are the costs of locating those materials from other locations too. I think that's all part of the analysis that we need to understand in as these projects evolve.
It's funny, deja vu all over again. I remember when the first free trade thing started happening with Mulrooney and everything, and all these factories in Canada closing down, everything going south, the big sucking sound. And now we're going, hey, maybe that wasn't such a good idea. Okay. So anyway, on the receipt portion, anybody opposed to receipt? That carries, and is a recommendation attached. Moving second on the recommendation, any further discussion? Seeing none, call the question on that. Anybody opposed to the recommendation? That also carries. Now, we've been sitting here since 9 o'clock. Anybody want to take a quick break? Okay, so take a 10-minute break. Heary, heary, heary. This committee meeting is now in session. And we go from one end of the pipe to the other. We have, of course, the sewer treatment course service. And I think Mark Rutten is here to present. So over to Mark.
Thank you. Through the CEO and through the chair. This is the same presentation that I made to the board a week ago, so I'll keep it very quick. This is the core service for sewer. This first slide here talks about some of the CBRD sewer services, the main one being the Water Pollution Control Center, providing treatment for Courtney and Comox, and with the recent expansion to Area A, but no flow yet from Area A. And then also the liquid waste management planning service, Jackson Drive, King Coho, which we'll talk about today. One interesting metric is over half of the CBRD's residents are provided sewer service from CBRD's sewer services. These success indicators were developed by the board a few years ago and include goals and objectives around managed assets, affordability, resiliency, reduced I&I, and strong relationships with Comox First Nation. Some of the initiatives underway, there are several. The conveyance project is one of our top priorities and currently under construction. Liquid waste management planning continues both for the core area and the south area. And the sewer extension south project is a key priority. We've made some big steps forward, but it's a complex project and still has a long way to go. On the corporate energy and emissions side, we completed an extensive audit in 2024, and that's provided a few projects which we're drilling into now for 2025, and we'll report out on the viability of those projects partway through the year. These trends and challenges look pretty familiar to the water services, but long lead times for equipment, high costs, inflow and infiltration, that's different for this service, of course. But a real opportunity to extend the life of our assets is by reducing inflow and infiltration of water into the sewer systems. And another challenge is the complex partnership and funding arrangements that we have for the South Sewer Project. Got a great team of operators, and they're always coming up with good ideas for the treatment plant and the conveyance works. And asset management is also a big opportunity for the future. And we're starting to see some of the benefits of that work now. On the cost side, this is a summary of all of the CBRD sewer services, but mostly what you're seeing here is for the Comox Valley sewer service. That really makes up the bulk of the costs. And as you can see, maybe one thing to note here on this particular chart is in the future, that orange part of the bar near the bottom grows quite a bit, and that is the debt cost. So debt in this service is already high. Conveyance project has a lot of debt. The future upgrades at the plant have a lot of debt associated, and those debt servicing costs are definitely ramping up. And then here, of note, the orange part of the graph that you see there are the engineering costs associated with the South Sewer Project. So those are funded by grants, but still just show a bit of a blip in 26 and 27. 25 and 26. In summary, there's looking at increased rates over time to avoid significant jumps, partnerships and grants, capital projects to mitigate risk and build capacity, retreating to a high standard, and trying to reduce energy consumption. And available for any questions if there are any on the core service update.
Been there, done that. I think we're good on that one. So move right along to 330 Jackson Sewer Service. Move a second on receipt.
Thanks. I'll just say that Derry Monteith, our manager of liquid waste planning, had intended to present, but I understand she's not able to be here today. So Mark, you're willing to step into Derry's shoes and cover this one and a couple of others off.
Yeah, and just a big thanks to Derry for preparing all the speaking notes and preparing these budgets and working closely with Kelly and finance on all of this work. So she had intended to be here, but she's sick today, and I talked to her this morning on the phone. She's not in good shape to present, so I'll do my best, and if there's questions I can't answer, we'll get back to you. But I think between Kelly and I, we'll be able to do most of it. So this is the Jackson Drive sewer service. This was built in the 1980s by a private developer to service a 16-lot subdivision. And the system was handed over to the regional district for operations and management. It's made up of a small collection system that basically runs the length of Jackson Drive. And then that terminates in a small extended aeration treatment plant, and it discharges to a land-based discharge field, which you can see in the sort of bottom right of the picture there. In 2023, we completed a condition assessment of the disposal field to evaluate its condition and confirm the timing of scope required upgrades, timing and scope of required upgrades. This assessment identified excessive hydraulic loading of the system as an ongoing challenge, which can have an impact on overall system performance. In 2024, we further assessed the collection system and completed a flush of the system and also camera inspection and smoke testing to identify potential sources of inflow and infiltration. And this inspection identified I&I mainly around the manholes and recommended some repairs. As with many small services, Jackson Drive is experiencing increased user rate pressure. There's only 16 participants, so even a small increase in operational needs or capital can have a big impact on parcel taxes. Performance related recommendations that were identified in 2023 have been added to the service work plan. So this includes water table monitoring and vegetation management. Significant root intrusion into the drain rock was found during the assessment, but the roots were not found in the dispersal pipes. However, this can be expected to worsen over time if the vegetation is not managed. Also, repairs to the collection system, as just discussed, to address the I&I issues, and then treatment plant upgrades to add additional tankage to help mitigate impacts of excessive hydraulic loading, along with the potential dispersion field upgrades to transition to pressure distribution. So on the human resource side, the Jackson Drive Sewer Service operates with 0.04 FTE. So that's a level 3 wastewater operator that we take from the main Comox Valley Sewer Service, who attends that system, for a couple of hours a week. And that works really well. We have a very highly qualified operator to run and manage this very small system. So that's quite efficient. And then management services are provided through the liquid waste management planning staff. And what we've done this year is, in the past, we have allocated time from Derry's group by just transferring $500 from this service towards the 340 service where salaries are paid. Instead, a more accurate representation is to take 0.04% of our environmental analyst position and allocate it to this service. So we're recommending that change be made in this year's budget. And that better reflects the actual time spent in management of this service. Let's make sure I'm on the right slide here. So sorry, just bear with me while I get my notes picked up. So key items to note here for year-over-year change, an increase in personnel costs to reflect the added 0.04 FTE that I just spoke about. And then a slight increase of $700 in utility costs in 2025 due to increased hydro and communication costs. So those are the highlights for this slide. On the revenue side, there's no reliance on prior year surplus in 2024, with taxation being the primary source of revenue. The service is funded by annual parcel tax with a 2025 parcel tax rate of $12.47 per user, which is approximately a 4% increase over the 2024 rate. The parcel tax amendment bylaw will be reviewed again in 2025 to ensure the service requirements are being met and adequate reserves are being collected for asset replacement. At this time, a 4% increase is estimated for 2026. The 5-year operating budget projection shows just a minor increase year over year to address inflationary cost pressures. So switching to capital spending. As noted, recommendations were made to extend the life of the dispersal field by reducing the risk of water table mounding and high loading rates and dosing. Water table monitoring, collection system repairs, and treatment plant upgrades have been added to the work plan to extend the service life. Dispersal field upgrades may also be required pending further monitoring. So these are the upgrades shown for, so the upgrade budget amounts shown for 2025 and 2026, and these are funded through community works funds. This includes the previously allocated community works funds with a new allocation request of $82,767 to support project work. This is new money reflected here with carry forwards to be included in the recommended budget. Capital Works reserves start with an estimated balance of just over 28,000 in 2025, which then slowly build up over 5 years to 38,000 at the end of the 5-year period. So in summary, this is a small service. Even small changes in operating or capital costs can have a big impact. This requires long-term planning to reduce those potential impacts on area residents. System upgrades and monitoring are being completed to ensure system performance is maintained to protect the environment and public health. So staff are recommending that the proposed financial plan for Jackson Drive be approved. I'm happy to answer any questions or comments.
Pretty cut and dried. Any questions, directors? Seeing none on receipt. Anybody opposed to receipt? That carries. And moving second on recommendation. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none on the recommendation. Anybody opposed? That carries. Now we're moving on to 331, which is the King Coho wastewater. And back over to Derry Monteith, or it doesn't look like Derry, but
That's for sure.
over to Mark.
Yes, thank you. So King Coho wastewater treatment service. The service was established in 2018 to provide sewer conveyance, treatment, and disposal services to 37 strata units in the King Coho development. The CBRD took over ownership of the wastewater system, and 2019 was the first year of full CBRD operation. So we've now had 5 years with this system. The system includes a rotating biological contactor treatment system, a sand filter, ultraviolet disinfection, and a 400-meter long marine outfall extending to a depth of 30 meters, 100 feet. So this is a pretty complex system for 37 homeowners. In 2024, we actually did quite a bit of work in this system. We did a bunch of upgrade work prior to 2024, but Derry and Vince completed a couple of really important projects this past year, which I just want to highlight. So one is a bridge, which you can see here, but this used to be a log bridge. So logs were laid across Little River, dirt placed on top of them, and our sewer pipe that brings wastewater from one part of the development over to the treatment plant was buried in that dirt on top of the logs, and everything was rotten and crumbling. And there was a risk to the sewer pipe. So that bridge was replaced with an aluminum bridge, and our pipe now hangs off the side of that bridge. So that's going to last for a very long time, and that was great to get that done and remove that risk. And then also in 2024, I don't have a photograph, but the outfall that extends 400 meters into the ocean was weighted with cables that were strapped to it. Those cables are completely corroded, and the outfall's starting to float in some areas. So it's plastic pipe. So there's a reweighting project that's just getting installed now, but concrete weights that straddle the pipeline at certain intervals are being attached by divers, and the outfall is being reweighted and attached to the bottom of the ocean. So very important project there also. The service, there are, some of the challenges, it's a small service with small reserves. There are requirements to upgrade and operate the system to municipal construction standards and to ensure adequate reserves are being collected. This has resulted in increasing user rate pressure. So user rate pressure is one of the big challenges for this service for sure. Unfortunately, we're playing catch up for this service with regards to capital reserves, as there were no reserve funds transferred to the CBRD at the time of acquisition in 2018. And we've done a lot of work on this service. So every few dollars that we've contributed to reserves, we've then gone and spent them on upgrades and improvements, along with quite a bit of community works funds from Area B. Some of the priorities for the service. So in 2028, we've got some major equipment replacements planned, the sand filter, some controls, and some various valves. And then in 2033, we have a major upgrade to the plant required according to our asset management plan. You know, we'll see if it actually transpires then, but we're projecting a big project in 2033. On the human resources side, this particular service operates with 0.11 of a full-time operator from the wastewater treatment plant. So just like Jackson Drive, it's a very effective way to get a highly trained operator to run this small system. So a few hours a week are spent here, and we rotate through our staff, and they're all on call. So we really benefit from that larger treatment plant that we have. And then management services, again, are provided by Dairies Group. And similar to Jackson Drive, we're recommending a change. So this service used to pay $1,000 towards service 340 to cover costs of management. We're now recommending that we allocate 0.06 of our environmental analyst towards this service. So you see 0.03 here in 2025, and then 0.03 in 2026. So we've smoothed it out over 2 years, because for this very small service, it actually has, you know, pretty big impact. So we thought we would do it over 2 years. In terms of year-over-year change, there's a decrease in professional fees of 15,000 due to the outfall inspection work being completed in 2024. And then also you can see an increase of 13,000 for minor capital. And these are communications upgrades just to get a little bit more remote control, remote monitoring enabled at the treatment plant. On the revenue side, taxation is the primary source of revenue, and we're projecting an increase of 9.1% in 2025. This table shows parcel tax rates as they are in the current bylaw. So when the bylaw was updated a few years ago, we had projected these rates. And as you can see here, the 2025 rate as per the current bylaw is $2,233.51 per user. However, we're proposing that the bylaw be amended and that the 2025 rate increase to $23.54, which is the 9% increase that I just spoke to. So that's what's recommended in this financial plan. And there's fees and charges bylaw recommendation also included at the end of the presentation here. A 5-year operating budget shows just minor increases year over year to address inflationary cost pressures. And the short-term debt for the treatment plant upgrade that was completed a few years ago will be fully retired in 2026. So you can see that debt charges drop off after 2026. So switching to capital spending. For asset management in 2024 saw the completion of asset renewal project replacing the bridge, and then the outfall reweighting project, which we're still completing now, but was a 2024 project. In 2028, we've got the asset replacements for the sand filter controls and valves. And in the long term, we'll be looking at the treatment plant. So you can see here in 2028, those are the items mentioned. And in 2023, a large budget allocation towards sewer upgrades. And this is based on our best estimate for the replacement of the treatment plant or the main treatment components of the plant. But as this gets closer, we'll adjust if we can make things last longer. Reserves, you can see that the reserves for the service are 25,701 for future expenditure reserves, 28 for capital works, providing a total of 53. These are the opening and closing balances for future expenditure reserves and for capital works reserves. So growing slightly, but not dramatically. You can see a big spend there in 2028, and then that depletes the reserves quite a bit, and then we'll be building again until 2033. But you can see at the rate that we're building, we're not going to have the 420,000 required in 2033. So in summary, this is a small service. Even small increases can have a big impact on operating capital expenses. And on parcel taxes, of course. We've completed a lot of system upgrades over the past 5 years, and that's resulted in significantly improved effluent quality. And that's actually one, positive I want to say about this service is when we took it over, it hadn't met its environmental requirements for 10 years prior, right? It could not meet its permit requirements. And since taking it over, this service is completely under its permit requirements. We're producing really excellent effluent quality from this treatment plant. So they've done a lot of good work to get the plant running really well. So these are the recommendations that the budget be approved, and then also that we consider an update to the fees and charges bylaw to implement the higher rate. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think we have some questions. Director Arby, you're first.
Yeah, just in case Dr. Hardy didn't know about that one, but the reason why it's doing so well is I remember last term, a huge amount of community works went to that service. I forget the amount, but it was, anybody recalls, the staff recall? It was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars that went into it. I remember being surprised at the time because it's a bit like the Graham Lake system where like you're throwing in a lot of resources for just a few residents, but that decision was made last term, and yeah.
Just goes to show the economy of scale really counts. Director?
Yeah, it's really just a question with regards to the CBRD and how it ends up acquiring infrastructure, whether it's Jackson Drive or King Coho or Graham Lake or whatever. I'm perplexed with regards to, I guess if I was the CBRD and only the CBRD, like the first question I'd be asking is, why am I absorbing this infrastructure? Like I'm trying to understand or comprehend why the CBRD was required to, inherit some of the infrastructure that we have. And I'm, again, just curious with regards to, even the fact that there's a developer standard, and then there's a municipal government standard with regards to that infrastructure. And it kind of goes back to what Director Harper was talking about with what's going on in Graham Lake, and what was sufficient back in the day, but isn't sufficient now has me kind of scratch my head. And there's no disrespect to staff. I thank you and appreciate all the work that you're doing. But even the fact with regards to a log bridge that then had the pipe going along it and then it was buried, and how and why that ability to put that infrastructure in like that in the first place passed. Like, no disrespect to the CVRD, but was there a permit required for that infrastructure to be put in place? Not that the CVRD put that infrastructure in place, but with regards to the permitting for that process. And I guess that's one I'm scratching my head about, even with regards to the infrastructure out in the water and how pipes are now floating, and the CVRD having to step up the plate and fix that infrastructure. I'm just scratching my head why that ability to put that infrastructure in the marine waters in the first place, how that was approved or allowed, and then all of a sudden now the CVRD has that infrastructure, and that the standard changes, and you consequently have to go and fix it. And the resources, again, not being readily available at the time, and consequently we have these huge, not huge, but we're having to pay for this now. So, and just maybe, I don't know, James, maybe you can help me out, or Mark, you can help me out. I'm still trying to comprehend why the CVRD would have taken on that, inherited that infrastructure. From a business perspective, like I said, if it was me, I'd be going, you know what? We're not taking on that infrastructure project. See you later. Somebody else can deal with that. But anyways, somebody can maybe help me out with that. That'd be great.
Well, I can start, and I think James, or even Jake, can probably fill in some of the blanks that I might miss. But in terms of taking over the infrastructure, like, why would we ever do it? Since I've been here, we've taken over several private systems or improvement district systems, and it usually begins with, like in this case, it began as an interest of the strata council. So the previous sewer system was owned and operated by a strata, and they did that for years and years. And as time went on, it was getting more and more complicated. Strata is essentially made up of volunteers. They don't have the expertise. They're engaging with a contractor to run and operate the system, and it was getting more and more complicated. At the same time, they were getting letters from MOE saying that they weren't in compliance, and that there's challenges that come with that. So and this often happens, that particular strata approached the CVRD and petitioned for the CVRD to take over the service. And when that happens, we usually initiate a study. So we get a little bit of money from the area director. We study the service to determine its condition, the costs of taking it over, the upgrades required. And we try to lay out a really clear picture for the residents of what it would look like as a CVRD service. And we use that to kind of inform the initial establishment of the service and what the budget needs to look like. The strata uses that to compare what it would look like as an RD service compared to what they're doing on their own. And then the sort of final petition is made to the area directors on whether the CVRD will take it over or not, or the final petition, I guess, is the request from the residents for the CVRD to take it over, if that's what they want. And so that's how it happened for King Coho. In terms of why their system is installed the way it is, I mean, it's a strata development. They can use different standards, like not different environmental standards. That system would have had to been approved by the Minister of Environment. The They would have had to do modeling of the impact of the discharge to that part of the ocean. So that none of that's changed, but internal within the strata, they can choose any wastewater treatment plant they want. They can choose to have piping standards to get the wastewater from one part of the development to another, that, you know, whatever they think is appropriate. And that's what we end up inheriting. As long as it meets the sort of regulations that are in place, then, you know, they have a lot of autonomy to do what they want to do.
Maybe if I could add just a couple more points to that. Thanks, Mark. And a couple of other points there to consider is the CBRD does have some policies to reflect on the inheritance of this infrastructure, both for private systems and improvement districts. And so there's some policy that we follow when we're conducting those feasibility studies to understand the condition and try to paint a very clear picture on the future of if we do inherit a system. So that we can have a good picture on what it is we're inheriting. I think this is a good example. It underscores the importance of asset management and having a really good understanding of not just systems we're inheriting, but our own systems, and being able to project the condition of different components of the infrastructure, those replacement costs, ensuring that we have reserves and we have a strategy in place so that we're able to address these the maintenance and replacement of our systems as we go forward, so we don't get in a situation where we're either underfunded or don't have the wherewithal to be able to maintain our systems going forward. So yes, it is a good example here in the King Coho system, and there's rationale for the decisions made in the past. We could really go into all the detail if we wanted to, but I think it's a good example of some of our other systems that we have, and just the importance of the asset management work that we're doing.
Director?
I really like Dr. Hardy's question, and in a way, it's a question of like, why are we fleecing ourselves, you know? Because, and I think where I draw the line is, and it'd be interesting to look at a policy that we will not take over strata systems anymore, you know? I would be in favor of that. I would add to the comments from staff that for improvement district, there's actually a provincial policy to phase out improvement district and fold them into the CVRD. So in that case, it's actually an explicit policy of the province to collapse improvement district over time. Their main tool is by starving them from grants, right? They're not allowed necessarily, well, easily anyways, to access grants. But for small water system, I guess for small systems, I'm a bit maybe like-minded like you, like cost recovery is fine, like I'd be fine. But then it's this table, we make decision, and sometimes when I think, so say in your area, I was talking about the hundreds of $1,000s that went into that small system. Great. We looked at it from a corporate standpoint. We manage it, therefore we have grants over here, therefore let's assign them. But what I don't try not to do in my area, or what I try to do, is look at the opportunity cost of that. So when you put those dollars, and of course those guys want to join you because they'll know they have the opportunity for grants, which is the main difference, and professional management. But the professional management, that's fine, that's cost recovery, right? So, but they join because they want the grants, and then we give the grants. But that grants, think about, say that 500,000 we put into that system last year, I'm just making up a figure here, but it's probably not that far off. Think about that 500,000 before, for like a few residences versus the 500,000 that went into, and again, I'm just making up figures, that went into the staircase for Goose Pit, right? That one has broad public benefit. The other one, some people outside might say, hey, you guys are basically subsidizing a private system for just a few. And that's where with the Graham Lake, it's an improvement district, but that's why I run into, I'm tapping out on grants because it starts to become unfair to the rest of the community that you're just funding 120 homes, right? So it's a delicate dance, but generally, I've never had that in my 6 years here. We haven't taken over stratas. We've taken 2 improvement districts in Area A, but I've never taken stratas. And I think I'd be like you. I'd be like, what's the public message here? That if you do a strata on the cheap, the developer does it on the cheap, then when it starts to fail and become expensive, you just move over to the government and get grants. That's a sweet deal for developers. So anyways, I'm saying out loud probably what we're all thinking.
I think it's fair to say that we're a little gun shy about that nowadays. But, you know, you gotta look at it from the residents' point of view. I mean, it's, what's their option to operate out of compliance? I mean, it's a hardship. And when it comes right down to it, these small water systems and small sewer systems like this, I mean, they're a relic of the past. And we're the savior of last resort. You know, what else, where are they gonna turn? So at the end of the day, they pull at the director's heartstrings and we get at this board and we decide we're gonna do whatever we can to help them out. That's our job, so it is what it is, what it is. So we've received this. Do you want to wait for the director to come back or we can vote on it? Okay, so we're on the recommendation. Oh, no, we haven't moved the recommendation yet, so we need to move it. Okay, I didn't think we did receive it. We thought we did, so okay. So on receipt, any objection? That carries the recommendation? And seconded. Nobody in opposition? That carries. Now, from on to liquid waste management, number 340, which to me has always been a big enigma. It's a lot of money and I don't really understand quite what they do. And I've been doing it for 15 years, 17 years now. Moved and seconded over to Mark again.
I'll just hang on for 1 second while Lisa brings up presentation. Great. Thanks, Lisa. All right, so the liquid waste management planning function was established in 2002 to provide management, staff resources, and funding to support liquid waste management planning processes for the electoral areas. And all property owners in the electoral areas pay a tax requisition for this service. There's no proposed changes to the tax requisition for 2025. In 2024, liquid waste planning staff finalized the stage 1 and 2 liquid waste management plan addendum for the South region and submitted that plan to the province for review. And this was a significant milestone in the planning process and the culmination of 2+ years of planning and engagement. So a ton of work went into that, you know, that document, not just like preparing the document, but the significant amount of consultation with the public, with a planning and technical advisory committee, and many other stakeholders. Also in 2024, we engaged the public on a proposed electoral area-wide septic mandatory maintenance system and reported back the results of that in the summer 2024. So many of the projects undertaken in this service are complex, multi-year, multi-jurisdictional projects requiring significant public, stakeholder, and First Nations engagement. And Chair agreed with me, or maybe that's some of the frustration that you have with this service is it does take a long time to work through some of these just very planning intensive initiatives. This service only provides planning and analysis services. There's no provision for capital expenditures. So you never see anything getting built from this service, but you do see a lot of planning work that happens. There's a number of board strategic priorities that are identified within the service and supported by the service. And that includes liquid waste management plan process for the South region, with development of the final plan in 2025 and 2026. Completion of watershed stewardship scoping study, which is currently near completion. And I know that it has been for a long time, but we are awaiting further engagement with Comox First Nation on that project. Continuation of the CVRD septic education program, along with further analysis of the mandatory maintenance program for on-site septic systems, with recommendations on next steps expected to be brought forward to the committee in 2025. So on the human resource side for this service, there's a reduction of 0.1 FTE for the environmental, 0.1 for the environmental analyst. So that's because of the changes I spoke to for Jackson Drive and King Coho, we've now been able to reduce 0.1 from this service. And the table here shows that reduction happening all in 1 year, but it's actually going to happen at 0.7 in 2025 and 0.3 in 2026. So just noting that for you, that it does happen over 2 years. So for contract and general services, there's a reduction of 20% in 2025. And that's professional fees for the service. So these do fluctuate quite a bit year to year, especially right now, depending on the level of engineering that we're doing for South Sewer. So there's a reduction there, but you can still see a significant amount of contracts and general services. And that the bulk of that is other professional fees, which are the engineering fees to advance the liquid waste management planning work. So we haven't awarded any of those yet for 2025, but we are hoping to once we finalize the scope for South Sewer. Slight reduction in public education in 2025 with completion of the initial engagement plan on septic mandatory maintenance systems, and along with an increase in legal fees related to development of the Sewer Extension South project. Just working to develop agreements for that project as it moves along. Revenue for the service. So the revenue, there's no change in the taxation amount. We see a reduction in other revenues in 2025, reflecting a one-time budgeted revenue in 24, as well as a reduction in recoveries from other functions reflective of the change in recovery management fees for Jackson Drive and King Coho. Taxation is the primary source of revenue for the service, with a relatively stable residential tax rate over the 5-year plan. Sorry, that one's a bit hard to see. The 2026 to 2029 operating budget projection shows just minor increases year over year to address inflationary cost pressures, with the exception of a large increase in contract services expenses in 2026 related to the South Sewer design, with associated grant revenues for that year. Just moving on to reserves, the future expenditure reserve is anticipated to decrease over the 5-year plan as funds are drawn upon for larger planning projects and operational needs, with an ending balance in 2029 of 154. So in summary, much of the work completed within this service includes the evaluation of improved wastewater or rainwater management through the creation of new services and the installation of required infrastructure. Many of the projects undertaken in this service are complex, multi-year, multi-jurisdictional, and require significant public and stakeholder and First Nations engagement. And the climate crisis is also a significant driver for this service, as there are significant implications to water management as a result of climate change. So last slide is a recommendation to approve the financial plan for Service 340.
And Director Harper.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. At the start of the day, I was talking about trying to look for efficiencies and things where we're not necessarily moving the dial. And maybe I would ask this budget to come back, because what is really hard, what we don't see in the budget is the cost per project. So it's all aggregated between the 3 key projects, being the liquid waste management plan and the septic regulation and the watershed service. And I'd like to see those 3 split out, because for 2 of the 3, at this time, I'd be almost ready to propose that we suspend our efforts. Maybe not like overnight, but the septic regulation, what we found so far is that we have such limited jurisdiction on it, and the province Island Health is already in charge of it. My meeting with Josie a couple of weeks ago really crystallized that. She was shocked to hear how little enforcement Island Health was doing. that they basically only acted if they saw sewage underground, you know? And then she looked at me and said, let me get this straight. With this project, you're trying to add regulation and make people pay for it in this climate? I'm like, yeah. She's like, wow, you know? So I think that it's been a good effort. It was initiated when I think that particular one, Dr. Grieve was, Chair Grieve was when we got elected, when I came in 2018, and we were trying to make a difference, especially for Bain Sound. But now we're finding out that all we could do under the rules and laws is basically education and maybe force some empty outs without teeth. You know, it's like all the power lies with Island Health. And Josie did say, as Minister of Health, that she's interested in digging in to see if the province can step up. So that'd be a better use of our time, I think, to just turn to advocacy from this program, because I think the value proposition will bring to taxpayers may have worked in 2018. It's not going to work even at 300 a year or something, or two, whatever the amount is. But so I'd like to see the breakout of that project, and the watershed service too. I think we're kind of spinning wheels a bit. It's going to come back. It's going to KFN. It's definitely not heading the way where I anticipated at the start of that journey 4 or 5 years ago, where, you know, I thought we would create a service that can help organization like Beaufort Watershed or help residents with water tanks. Like, but now it's more on the, it seems to be staying on the study side. We don't have the final report, but just from the interim reports we've received. So for me, in this current context, even though I like those initiatives, I just don't see us moving the dial. And I think the resources could just, we could just suspend the effort. So at least look at potentially, you know, suspending those efforts. Thanks.
Any,
Mark, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Certainly, we can take the instruction, and I'm not sure,
Yeah.
Mark, we'd be able to pull that. I think we can pull that out to some degree and provide some additional context around those three project areas in particular. But Mark, you might have a bit better of a sense on that.
Yeah, I'm looking at the financial plan right now, and we can definitely do that if you want to see it in a table and make it more clear. But the bulk of the other professional fees, like almost all of it, is allocated to the South Sewer project. And then we have an allowance of $5,000 for professional services related to sewage and drainage, and an allowance of $50,000. Not an allowance, but an allocation of 50 towards rainwater management strategy implementation. The rest, the balance of that 2.1 million is for the South Sewer project, more detailed design work. Yeah. And
darn you anyway. Okay.
Well, sorry, does that include staff time? Or you just said professional fees? But so I'd like to see staff time as well. I'd like comprehensive project breakdown. Because if currently we're sending 150,000 each into this, 450,000, right? That's not small money. And in terms of the South Sewer, it's covered through grants as the most of it. There's still a little bit that comes from the internal stuff. That will come to a decision point in the next 2 years. So what I'm trying to say is once South Sewer is done, maybe this service just go back to at basically on the back burner, right? Because and hearing the chair of our committee, who's been around here since 2008, not being able to speak about what the service does, that's an indicator.
Well, okay. You're okay, Director, for now. Yeah, so, this is a prime example about the argument for legislative review of electoral areas. The Don Lidstone initiative that's going ahead, we talked about again last week. Because, once again, we are not masters in our house. We have all these initiatives. You talk about, the liquid waste management. Island Health, there's so little enforcement over the fact that, we've got in both our prime areas around the foreshore, Saratoga Beach, Miracle Beach, Union Bay, Royston. I mean, you do some water sampling and figure it out. Do the test wells, and you find out that none of them actually meet standards. So the ball's in Island Hill's court. Septic education is always good. I mean, I was hoping that we could, at least if we did get some control over mandatory septic maintenance, that we could take some money from this service and make it like a rebate, so that if you get your tank pumped and it's $400, we got $200 for you as an incentive. Not a stick, not a beat them up with, but something to incentivize people to actually pay attention to their septic health. But again, we're not masters of our own house on that. The other one, of course, is watershed. No, well, we're dealing with the private forest lands. Sorry, we can't talk to you. So, it is a, with all the best intents we have here, it's, we run up against that big monolith. Again, we're bringing the begging bowl to senior government. Please, sir, can I have some more? So I think that's all got to change. It's got to change at a fundamental level, way above our pay scale. So, yeah, I think we can bring it back, break it out a little bit, and I do see possibility of trimming this one down. A lot of it is tied up with the sewer extension south, and there's just so many questions around that right now. I see that we've stirred the soul of the CAO to speak again.
Stirred my soul. I was going to suggest that yes, we can bring this proposed budget back, and with some additional context information breaking out those projects as Director Arbor was requesting. We can aim for the Wednesday Electoral Area Services Committee meeting. However, I don't want to put there may be some analysis to do prior to Wednesday, so whether we can return on Wednesday morning for the Electoral Area Services Committee, or we would look to the end of February regular EASC meeting to report back. And touch on some of the points that have been raised here.
Is it moved on receipt? We're moved to second on receipt. Anybody opposed? Carries, and we're going to move that we bring this back, refer back to staff, correct? So I'll make that motion. Okay. Anybody opposed? That carries. Electoral Area Core Service on the financial plan. James W. Warren is going to present the overview of the Electoral Area Core Services. Lunch?
It's here.
Oh, do you want to just take a working lunch? Yeah, because otherwise we'll be here till 5. So we're going to take a working lunch and be back here in whatever it takes to fill up your plate. Electoral Area Services Committee. Through our working lunch, try to maximize our output. I'm going to turn it over to our CAO, who's going to present on the core services for the financial plan 2025-2029.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be very brief on this presentation of the core service that we refer to as electoral areas. We did the presentation there a week ago and spoke to the electoral areas as a core service, delivering local government and services to the rural areas. You can see on the screen there some of the services that we provide. And then as well, the role that the electoral area directors play in terms of advocating for the services with the regional district itself, with the provincial and the federal levels of government and other interested parties. Our key success indicators or key service outcomes are noted here on the screen. Several initiatives have been identified through your strategic planning, and these are noted here. And we've touched on some of them already through the individual services that have been presented. We'll continue to touch on these as we go into the building inspection and the planning services as well, and parks and fire services. We spoke to the expenses and the revenue in very general sense a week ago, and again here, but we will go much more deeply into these matters here under the individual services. And then lastly, just a very high level summary of your strategic drivers as they relate to electoral areas as a core service. So Chair, happy to take any questions here, or we can move on to the start of the individual services under this core service.
Move receipt on service number 291
285.
or 281, sorry.
285.
285, I'm sorry. And over to John Crockford, Manager of Building Inspection Services.
Good morning through the CAO to the directors. Building inspection services is provided for Area A, excluding Denman and Hornby, Area B, and Area C. Our building inspectors play a crucial role in assisting the public with building inquiries, completing plan reviews, issuing permits, site inspection, and ensuring compliance with the BC Building Code and applicable CVRD bylaws. They're also responsible for responding and investigating all building bylaw compliance files. 2024 has been a busy year for the building department. We've focused on incorporating updates to the BC Building Code, adopting our new building bylaw, refining processes for permit efficiencies, sharing information on Comox First Nations Cultural Heritage Investigation Permit, and implementing the new Parks Development Cost Charges. In 2024, the Building Services Department issued 224 building permits, which included 80 new dwelling units. The timeline for archive requests is down from 6 weeks to 1 week. Building permit processing time is under 8 weeks. Comfortably under 8 weeks. We've been 4 to 8 weeks. We managed to close 337 building permits, and 245 archive research requests were completed to assist property owners and real estate agents. In Area A, there were 22 new units, 19 new units in Area B, and 39 new units in Area C. 31 of those units are the secondary type, being carriage house or a secondary suite. It's worth noting in the region, the electoral areas accounted for the most single-family homes and secondary dwellings. 2025 will bring another code update in March, which will add requirements for construction, as well as adopting EL1 of the Zero Carbon Step Code. We'll work to ensure a smooth transition for the public, provide education and information. We'll continue to identify and address operational challenges, improve communication and public service, as well as streamline internal procedures. Later in the year, we'll be doing some housekeeping updates to Building Bylaw 681. We'll also be working on a secondary dwelling approved plan project. This project was put on hold as we wanted to see what the province was going to roll out with their standardized design project. After reviewing what they've put out, I have some ideas on how we can scope the project to better suit the electoral area residents and remove barriers to add secondary dwelling units. We have a full complement of staff with 3 full-time building inspectors. They've all been busy with their professional development, all 3 completing courses in 2024 for their next level of certification. Total proposed expenses for the service are down 6%. We have budgeted for more public outreach, engagement with the development community to help review processes and improve the overall experience. Primary source of revenue for this service is from permit fees, supplemented by tax requisition. Raising permit fees has helped offset the tax requisition, and cost of service has moved towards more individual use. The tax requisition for 2025 has not increased from 2024. For a property assessed at $800,000, the cost for the service is $39.28. Currently, we have 2 hybrid RAV4s, which are due for replacement in 2027 and 2028. CityWorks will be shown as a capital project in the recommended budget stage and will be allocated 45% to Service 285. The future expenditure reserve is healthy and taking dollars from it to keep the requisition down. In summary, we're going to focus on optimizing processes, reducing turnaround times, and working with the development community. Any questions?
Yes, over to Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. I'll start by the end. I'm so relaxed now about the vehicle replacements. Because when I started in 2018, we had to fight, try to get an EV. Oh no, we don't. And then eventually we just made a policy for fleet replacement, and we don't have to advocate for that. So it's great. Okay, so on background, this was a hot issue at the last election, going door to door, building permits, and it still is. Like, I think people are aware of that, and I am not going through the same thing in 2 years from now on the door to door. And I'll spare the part about why do we have building inspection. I think you've heard me speak about that before. On Hornby and Denman, they don't have building permits, they don't have building inspectors, and the houses are not falling down because the engineers and the electrician and everybody else still. So for me, what I see as fundamentally a duplication in responsibilities still exists. So the fact that there's multiple jurisdictions out there that don't have building permits, it's Hornby and Denman are not the only ones. There's other regional district areas in the province that don't as well. So I won't go there for today, because but at the same time, it's a very valid question. And I think there's a wow factor there, that under the province, we have most people have to get building permits, and then you get this entire group that doesn't. It's interesting, isn't it? So we're not going to do away with the whole department. But what I'm gonna ask though is, I get so many complaints, and I'm sure it's the same with Director Grieve and Director Hardy, so many complaints about building permits and the CVRD were preventing housing from being built because our timelines are too long, and then you go and it's down to 8 weeks, but I hear it all the time, whether it's in person or on Facebook. And then they're like, oh, Comox, they're terrible to deal with. Ah, CVRD, they're okay. Some like, it's like all these comments. So what I would like to ask, and maybe the directors and staff can comment for this year, we don't have a way to tell the satisfaction rate of people that we interact with. So what I would like to propose, I know it's kind of like a more detailed policy, but I'd like to propose that we have a homeowner satisfaction survey. That for every permit that we close, we give a link to SurveyMonkey to the homeowner, and they give us feedback, give you staff feedback on their interaction with our building department on the permitting process. And I think what that would do is it would give us, the department, more information around where people see there's room for improvement or where people are ecstatic. And at the same time, you could bundle it up to the board every year. And maybe next year could be the first time where when I go to Facebook and I've got zero information, I can say, actually, 97% of homeowners gave us a 5 stars, right? Because right now I have no clue. Maybe 97% of homeowners are totally dissatisfied with us that go through our building. I have no clue. I don't have information. So I think and if you're already doing it, then just stop me from talking right now. But what is for sure is we don't get that bundled back up to the board. And so we keep getting killed in public. Oh, you guys are preventing housing from happening. We had to do this, and then they backtracked us to this old policy, and then you guys added the coastal floodplain, and I had to go back 2 years and 3 years. Okay, you know what? You're one person. I hear you. It didn't work for you, but I don't know if it's everybody, and that's super concerning from a governance perspective. That I have no line of sight on how well we're doing. So, is that a strong case? I don't know. I'll pass it on to CEO and my fellow directors.
Yeah, thanks, thanks, Director. And I think we can certainly take that away as some consideration, some kind of a survey or some kind of a feedback mechanism to be able to understand better, more holistically from our applicants and from those who we're working with. I know John works with our applicants day to day, and has a lot of contact, and I think has a lot of there's a lot of regard for John and his team with the building inspection services that we do provide. John, if you've got more to weigh in terms of that public response, that would be great. But it's certainly your comments are well heard, I think, and we can take that away and understand whether there is something around some kind of a you mentioned satisfaction survey or some kind of a response mechanism and feedback to you as elected officials. John, was there anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I'd be happy to sit down sometime and talk about why building permits are important, why building inspectors are important, and the process. And as far as customer satisfaction, I don't know the number of people that you're talking to, but I would argue like we deal with a lot of people, and 242 building permits. I hope a lot of those people are satisfied, and I understand that people are building. This is the biggest project in their life, and it's a big undertaking, and a lot of people in the region. I don't want to speak for people, but a lot of the projects in the regional district are one-off owner builders, custom kind of homes, and a lot of them are unique, and people are doing it for the first time. Yeah. So there's some education there that we can help them with.
I just add as well, I don't want to discount some of the comments and complaints that you're hearing. We're hearing some of them as well, and certainly there are some processes that either there's timing or adjustments, and there's a lot to unpack in those individual ones. Like John says, though, I think there's also a lot of applications that you don't hear about and that do progress. So, but to your point, you're not having that that bigger picture view. So. This may be a good topic to come back to a future electoral areas meeting to speak more about the kind of the basis for building inspection, but also some process considerations.
An appeals process. Some kind of appeals would be helpful. Dr. Hardy.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. I agree with Director Arbor. When I was banging on doors a couple of years ago, it was probably the biggest item that I heard when I was knocking on the door was the length of time to get a building permit. There seems to be some improvement, and I appreciate that, and I think we need to hold our staff up and say good job, because like I said, 2 years ago there was a lot of complaining about it. To further address Director Arbor's comment with regards to getting some more feedback from developers and dialogue with our developers, I'm just trying to remember a couple of CBRD board meetings ago when we had the developers come in as a delegation and give a presentation to the CBRD board. And I thought based upon that delegation, there was somewhat of a commitment from the CBRD board to meet a little bit more regularly with the developers. I know it was revolving around another project, but perhaps during that dialogue or more meaningful dialogue with staff and the board and the developers, maybe that's the envelope, Director Arbor, with regards to getting more input from the developers with regards to the processing of permits and stuff, and be able to listen to criticism if done so in a respectful way. So just throwing that out there. There may be an avenue there.
Yeah, dialogue is always good, that's for sure. Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. And there was a slide that you kind of skip over, but it was talking about community engagement, and I think an initiative like that could dovetail. It was somewhere in there. Wow, you covered a lot. The one prior to that, yeah.
Sorry.
No, the one before that? Yeah, examine building inspection and application processes and develop community engagement and education. So I think I would just slide my suggestion under there. And it'll make a huge difference to all of us. I think everybody here. If we can say at the end of the year, okay, I'm hearing you. You had a terrible experience. Our survey shows that 93% of homeowners gave us a 5-star rating, right? And I think and also with the detailed feedback you would get, I have that in my job. I actually impose it on myself. It wasn't there, but having that client engagement survey, like that just improves you over time as an organization. So I thought I'd come in and make a strong case, and it's good to see some support for that. And I agree with CEO if that can come back at a future meeting. On the building inspection value, I'm not there to make some resolution to get rid of our building inspection, but it would still be good to have that wrapped up in a presentation of maybe talking about how do they get away with it? Are houses failing on Hornby and Denman? It'd be interesting to at least have a little bit of color and perspective around one that doesn't have any system and us who do. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, I was here at the board meeting and I did talk to the delegates outside, and they can call me anytime. I respond right away, completely open to feedback anytime.
That's why I called it a homeowner survey, because I think developers will always push and almost like, oh, the CVRD is not doing it. It's not me, right? But the homeowner's experience through a building permit, working with the developer, working with the CVRD, to me, that's what's important at the end of the day. Those are constituents. The developers will always, I think, unless we're like so freaking efficient, but they will always see more efficiency possible, right, on our side. And sometimes I am also aware that they can cause some of the problems. I've seen some files where the developer was actually the problem, right?
And it could be nice for you to see some positive reviews and some positive stories, because you probably only get negative.
Well, I would definitely encourage to keep those lines of communication open. After 19 years in the building supply industry, it was always the rotating bad departments like, oh, Courtney's way better. Colmox is just a pain in the neck, and then the RV is terrible, and RV is the best of the bunch, So it just, it used to go around like that, just depending on what the developer was trying to do or the contractor was trying to do. But I do think that, after we had Rick Fisher and the bunch here talk about, the actual development industry and how it works, I think it's really important to drill down in that dialogue. We talked about, and this isn't the first time this has happened. I think Courtney did an exercise back, I think in the mid 2000s around working with that. And I think it clears the air and also shows, I think, that we're listening, that we're there. I mean, we're from the government. We're here to help, right? So, but yeah, I think maybe that's a good idea. And the other thing would be the appeals, because I do hear this, some interesting interpretations of code that could be contentious, and maybe some kind of an appeal process for that, when they, and
There is an appeal process through the province. I don't have the ability to vary the BC building code. So there is an appeal process through the province.
But it's very prescriptive, but I mean, I still think there's probably areas where it's open to interpretation. It really means this or really means that. So that's I think, kind of the thing that some of the architects and stuff take issue with, right? But no, it's all good about, keeping those lines of communication open. We'll have a smoother process. We'll know as directors, we'll have some empirical evidence on what's going on, what works, what doesn't, all that kind of stuff. So I guess it's something we can bring up at a later EASC meeting, because we've got so much to cover right now. So that's it. We're on receipt. All in favor? There you go.
It's up to you if you'd like to add that. I think John and I are both making notes here, and I think it would be.
Doesn't it?
I don't anticipate it would at this point, and if we did have something that had an impact, we'd have to understand how to bring that in. Yeah.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Anybody opposed? That carries. And then 291.
Amanda's away, so you get me for a couple more.
Oh, good for you, John. Good exercise for you.
So any questions will have to wait, or Alana can jump in, or Kelly, Lucy. So, Service 291 for bylaw enforcement service is for electoral area A, excluding Hornby and Denman, area B and area C. The service regulates noise, fireworks, unsightly premise, and animal control. No changes are proposed to the service in 2025. In 2024, 254 new bylaw files were opened. Majority of files were land use related. 221 files were closed, and 21 tickets in this service were disputed through the adjudication process. A new kennel provider was obtained when the SPCA ended their service December 31st, 2024. Bylaw staff had an increased presence at CSWM for education and enforcement, and will work with member municipalities on animal control strategies. The adjustment in FTE allows for 33% for the IT manager to get us up and running with CityWorks. Personnel costs reflect this, as well as schedule wage increase for staff. In 2025, the tax requisition will be $16.80 per 600,000 of assessed value. Any questions on this one? Let's go back.
Go back one more. There you go.
Yeah. Sorry, maybe my mind is like post-lunch, but there's a $60,000 increase in the taxation requisition for this service. So that's 25% increase. Can we pinpoint it to anybody, anything in particular? And what happens if we don't provide the increase?
Lucy?
So yes, $60,000 increase to taxation. That's mostly from an expenditure perspective, mostly tied to the increases here that are in personnel costs. And as John mentioned, the IT project manager associated with that project has been shifted, allocated into this area in order to be able to get that project up and going.
Hmm.
It's a big jump.
It is.
Pass it on to other directors. Thanks.
It's a tough one. Is it? But it's not a lot of money per se, so it's not a big budget. Director?
Yeah, thanks. I think everything that we see is not a lot of money, but it all
I
adds
know.
up at the end. So, no, that's fine. I'll let that one go because the justification was okay. And I do see that it flattens out a bit in the financial plan, the 5-year financial plan. So it's not like a trend that we're setting with 25% increases.
Yeah, as we maybe mentioned as finance at the onset of delivering the budget, when we come back with recommended and we have final figures around surpluses and whatnot, and with this whole tariff thing thrown in, that we are looking for opportunities in order to bring the pressures down where we can. So in a couple things with this area, and this is the first time we're mentioning our large project with CityWorks into life cycle of the software and get that all up and going. And as you mentioned, Director Arbor, it's a large undertaking. You will see that we have capitalized that project. So that's one shift as we got into this budgeting cycle, and partly from an accounting exercise. It's a large software project that should be capitalized, and in doing that, we have funded it with reserve, and that keeps the pressure off of our taxation increases. So that's one piece that we have done already. We have a little bit more shifting to do when we bring back recommendation. And also in this one, we'll come back to their surplus, and maybe we can take down this 60,000 maybe by another half or something. But I at this point, we're suspecting that we may be able to take some of the pressure off of this service, if that's okay.
Yeah, thanks for the additional information and with that work. And I'll feel a lot better with the client customer satisfaction survey. So with that, that'll cover part of the value and the increase. But if you find a way to bring it down by half, even then, it's like whenever I see 25% in this budget cycle, you'll hear from me. Thanks.
Okay, so we're on receipt. Any objection to receiving? Seeing none. That carries. And a recommendation. Moving to second on the recommendation. Any more discussion? We heard that we have a consolidated budget coming back, so. Okay, so on that, anybody opposed? That carries. Off to service number 299, Denman and Harmony bylaw enforcement. And over to John again.
Service 299, Denman and Hornby Islands Bylaw Enforcement Service. It's inclusive of noise control, unsightly premises, and fireworks. Minimal changes are projected for this service. In addition to scheduled site visits, staff spent 6 hours patrolling parks on Denman and Hornby in 2024. Additional support to RCMP during summer months, and support to parks and fire services for enforcement matters. We had a total of 5 enforcement files in 2024. Bylaw staff were able to coordinate visits and information with the RCMP for 2024. And also support fire and parks on reviewing infractions and issuing tickets. That's all I have for that one.
Any questions, directors? We're okay for questions then? Okay, so on receipt. Any opposed? Carried. I'll second that. On the recommendation, any opposed? That carries. Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Good job. We're gonna go into service, my very favorite, service 500 planning. Okay. All comes up to this moment. No pressure, Tom. Oh, Robin's here. We like Robin now. Okay, so, do we move receipt on this? Move the second on receipt and over. Press your magical buttons and welcome.
Good afternoon through the CEO to the chair and the directors. Before I start, we have Lisa Kilpatrick on the line to answer any questions about her department. We have Brian Pearson in this room too, and Robin is here with me to help me present this presentation. We're here to present a 5-year financial plan for Planning Service 500, which includes 3 sub-functions: 501 GIS, 502 bylaw compliance, and 503 policy planning. The purpose of this function is to provide planning and land use management within the electoral area. This also includes GIS, providing geographic mapping support for planning, and may also provide GIS service to outside agencies on a fee-for-service basis. And finally, bylaw enforcement for the purpose of enforcing land use issues. So it was a busy year for planning overall. Looking back at the last year's accomplishments, the development planning processed 124 applications covering everything from environmental development permits to complex developments in hazard areas on varying degrees and complexities. And this also includes processing large scale development in Saratoga and Yuen Bay. While managing this workload, staff is also responding to daily inquiries and emails, ensuring a timely and accurate information for applicants and the public. Bill 44 Residential Development Amendment Act received royal assent in November 2023. Staff initiated a zoning amendment affecting several laws to bring them to compliance with the recent housing-related changes to the Local Government Act. This legislation requires a secondary dwelling unit be allowed in all zones. The CRD board adopted bylaw number 817 to enable short-term rentals on Mount Washington for the 2024-25 ski season. And for bylaw enforcement opened 254 bylaw compliance files in 2024, which is an increase of 17 files over the last year. 221 files has been closed, 60% of all bylaw complaints are land use related. 137 tickets were issued through the provincial adjudication process. So I'm just going to pass this to Robin to get her to talk about her accomplishments in her department.
So I'll just go over a couple of the key highlights from 503 in 2024. So the CBRD was successful in receiving a BC Active Transportation Infrastructure Grant in the spring of 2024 for the Royston Road Elementary multi-use path. Since then, staff have been busy working with consultants to prepare detailed drawings for review by MOTT. CBRD also launched the Home Energy Concierge Program, and this was back in January of 2024. And this was funded by Electoral Area Local Government Climate Action Program dollars. And this was also in addition to renewing the participation of the CBRD in the Clean BC Municipal Top-Up Rebate Program. Both programs focus on residential energy transitions from fossil fuels to electric heat pumps, and this is to reduce our community GHG emissions. Also, staff have been busy working on the third phase of the coastal flood adaptation strategy. In 2024, the project focused on developing a collaborative framework to support multi-jurisdictional approach to flood management along Comox Road. And with the framework now complete, the project will focus on developing preferred mitigative measures for the area. The CBRD is working closely with Comox First Nation, and based on interest from the nation, the CBRD has been successful in securing additional grant funds to provide resource support to the nation to ensure the nation's interests and priorities are captured and integrated into the process and deliverables. I'll just pass it over to Lisa Kilpatrick on the line.
Right. Thanks, Robin. Through the chair to the directors. The other significant accomplishment was that we completed the Comox Valley Agricultural Plan. That was following significant engagement on the part of the agricultural community and was brought forward to this committee in December for approval.
Thanks. Thank you. So trends, challenges, and opportunities. In 2024, staff received an increase in temporary use permit application for the purpose of approving short-term rentals in residential zones. Staff has noticed an increase in inquiries on short-term rentals due to the provincial short-term rental registration that was open on January 20, 2025. We're hoping to present something to the committee in 2025. Staff will be working on drafting a short-term rental accommodation policy to support the board's consideration of site-specific land use application. So the goal of the Planning and Building Service Deliverable Project is to address key operational challenges and implementing measures to improve efficiency, communication, and public service. This project aligns with the province of British Columbia development approval process, known as DAPR, and aims to address application processing timeline and streamline internal procedures. The review of the regulatory framework to meet unique housing needs in rural area, planning and bylaw compliance staff are working together to explore options for addressing rural housing and affordable housing options. This includes considering general amendments to the zone bylaw that would allow for residential use of recreational vehicles through site-specific applications, such as a temporary use permit or site-specific zoning amendments. CBRD is transitioning into an ESRI City Works permitting, licensing, and land. This project is underway. The goal of this project is to enhance operational efficiency, support the community, and deliver better customer service. The current in-house built land use application used daily by planning development service teams for planning, building, bylaw, and enforcement has become increasingly difficult to enhance and maintain. This has led to inefficiencies, longer processing time, challenges in meeting with reporting needs due to the growing numbers of development requests.
Integrating climate risk and adaptation continues to be critical in developing planning tools and policies to increase our resiliency to climate-related impacts. Projects such as the floodplain management bylaw update, as well as the coastal flood adaptation strategy and Saratoga local area plan all incorporate a climate risk lens in project scope and deliverables. As well, collaboration continues to be key in order to advance strategic initiatives, which helps to avoid duplication, create efficiencies, and leverage resources and funding. And again, the example of the Home Energy Navigator, where the CVRD was able to leverage our electoral area LGCAP dollars along with the City of Courtenay and the Village of Cumberland to be able to deliver a program that supports the residential fuel switching. I'll hand it, oh, I think I'm handing it back to you, Don.
No, it's on there if you press your mic.
Yeah, just a quick point of order. I think the PowerPoint presentation that's on our website is the 2024-2028. So this will need to be adjusted. I was having trouble following and then I finally realized why. But your presentation is still excellent. So once I clued in, it was all good. It's just maybe for the public, if they go to look at it, then yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, I was trying to follow along as well, and I noticed the same thing, and this is last year's PowerPoint. So we'll make sure that that is corrected online. And directors, this may be one that you may want to refer to Wednesday if need be, but I would ask that Ton and Robin continue on with the presentation for now. Yeah, thanks.
Lisa, if you're still on the line, can you provide
Sure.
some comments on the next slide?
So as we look to the strategic priorities, as I mentioned, you did approve the agricultural plan in December, and now we are looking for the resources in order to implement that plan. So in December, you approved that we bring forward a full-time agricultural position, a new position to be included in the services financial plan for your consideration. We have an approved plan that will strengthen local food production and processing into the future. And while the plan will provide policy guidance to CVRD's work already underway, we do have limited resources and staff resources to move forward and integrate the actions that are mentioned that are recommended in the plan. So the plan recommends a full-time permanent position that will strengthen the role and have more positive impact, meaning it will move the dial forward in strengthening our regional agriculture. So included in this plan will be the resources that we need to implement the agricultural plan, particularly in the electoral areas as a start.
Thanks, Lisa. So I'll speak to the next points here. The development approval process aims to enhance clarity, consistency, and how development applications are reviewed. Staff will be reviewing the procedures and features bylaws to ensure fairness, efficiency, and accountability while supporting the cost recovery for planning and development services. And we're hoping to present something sometime in 2025. Pass it to Robin.
The ATMP implementation is underway with the first active transportation project in the electoral areas, this being the Royston Elementary multi-use path. As I mentioned earlier, detailed drawings have been prepared and staff have presented these drawings to the Royston Parent Advisory Committee at Royston School just last month. And we are also planning an open house sometime in the spring in order to gain some feedback and share information with the community. And construction has been scheduled for the summer of this year.
Thanks, Robin. So this slide shows the planning service operates with 16.51 full-time employees, which includes staffing from planning, GIS, bylaw, and support staff. Including this figure is a proposal for an additional 1 full-time FTE for an agricultural planning coordinator with 100% allocated to 503. Next slide. The overall personnel costs are proposed to increase due to the proposed new position, contractual obligation under their collective agreement and employment benefit. The total budget is down by 9.9% compared to 2024. The largest decrease are in the material, supplies, and utility, and contractual and general service. We have funds from grant funds from 2024, but the City Works software costs will be moved to capital plan. Next slide. Expense shows a decrease in contract and general service and material, supplies, and utility. This is due to the reallocation of $60,000 for City Works software to capital plan and grant funding, which is carried forward due to the project being continued through 2025. The slide shows the GIS expense. I don't really have much to say about this one. Next slide. For bylaw expenses, City Works software will be moved again to capital plan. The legal fees will be reduced by $20,000, and any need for additional amount will be assessed through the reserves. On the revenue side, there are $483,400 in grant money in the reserves. Their overall primary source of revenue for the planning service is tax requisition, with an increased reserve withdrawal plan to help mitigate the impact of requisition increases. Application fees are not a significant component of the service revenue, consisting ranging between 2 to 3% per year. This slide shows the breakdown of the tax requisition in the electoral area. It shows a small increase. The slide shows a projected increase in the operating budget until 2029. The project tax requisition will increase proportionally to cover the increase in the expense. Capital plan, $40,000 capital plan expenditure is proposed for the 2028 for 2028 for fleet vehicle replacement. The slide shows City Works implementation of $348,000 would be moved to capital plan. At the recommended budget stage at City Works, software will be allocated between 285 building, 500 planning, 291 Hornby Devon bylaw, and 299 animal control. This slide shows a healthy reserve in the planning services. As you can see on the slide, the proposed 2025 budget transfers $563,500 out of the reserve. Part of it will go to reduce tax requisition, and part of it will fund capital assets to run City Works implementation. Again, shows the GIS reserves here, not much has changed. This slide shows the capital works reserve to meet our capital needs. Typically, not many capital costs are in the service, so the balance is lower than the future expenditure reserves. This is the summary of how the service incorporates the strategic drivers into our project designs and service. And we're here to answer any questions.
If I can, Director, and apology to the directors for this PowerPoint not having been posted prior to this meeting. We will get this out to you right away, and certainly able to refer this to Wednesday's EASC to give you a chance to have a better look at that PowerPoint. And that said, staff are here, can answer any questions you might have in the meantime, and we'll also be available on Wednesday for that meeting.
Okay, then Director Weber.
Yeah, thanks. And overall, I'm super happy with the work of planning and all the work that's been presented. I guess because some of you are in the room, I'll start revealing some of the stuff I'm going to work on the next 2 or 3 months around the service reviews, and planning is not one of them. But one of my goals is to consider maybe the establishment of a new service in Area A, which would be parks, recreation, and active transportation. And reassess the involvement of Area A in the regional services. Partly is the frustration of the lack and ability to actually forward amenities in those communities, and active transportation is a great example where in that case, I was kind of counting on the regional elective transportation service to be established so that we could move stuff forward. Because I don't want the Royston project to be a dead end. I want it to be the start of further work. And so that's kind of what I'm brewing in my mind right now, a parks, recreation, and active transportation service for Area A, all in one service, which will lead to service reviews for the others, for the regional participation, where I'm finding that the voice of Area A is not heard at all. Parks is pretty good. Edwin and I have, Chair Given and I have had conversations around this, the parks for the last few years, but for the regional stuff, it'll be harder. Anyways, I just want to show appreciation. However, because I'm Mr. Bad Guy this year, I find that 13% for what is primarily a people's driven service an increase. I understand capital costs go up, and I understand we're adding maybe an ag coordinator, but 13% is high. And so if there's a way to come back and trim that, in the 8-9% increase, I'm really concerned. I'm really concerned about public response and public sentiment right now. And where there's a place where we have control, I'm not getting much traction at the broader board, because I would say, we're entering a negotiation with the union coming up. I would put a hard cap direction to staff. I don't know if that's in the work at the executive, but the public's appetite at a time where other levels of government are clamping down, the province has put a hiring freeze. Like, everybody is actually proactive except local government. So it's not the people in this room that are a problem, but systematically it's going to come back to us as people realize that. And you're starting to see it here and there, right? And that's a service I think that we might be able to just trim it down a bit, keep those percentages down. And if staff is able to do a bit of work around that, it would be appreciated for sure.
I see Lucy's got her light on. I had a couple comments, but Lucy, maybe if you want to respond first.
Sure, for sure. First of all, just to that, apologies as well around the wrong PowerPoint being out there for last year. And just so you know, it's been changed already, and the correct one is out there now out on the website. And secondly, this is one service that we've considered already, had a relook at what's here. Clearly, it's one of your areas where you have quite a significant taxation increase. The good news with this story, not the same for all our services out there, but this one does have some healthier reserves. So we are able to use and leverage them when we need some tax stabilization. And this, we're continuing to do that with this service. So we've come back and looked at what kind of surplus they're running with at the moment. Our year-end stuff isn't finished yet, but we're getting closer. We do feel like we have some additional room there. We are ready to bring in another $200,000 to offset the $320,000 increase that you're seeing here, so we can bring that into this service. Just my last point is, this is an area where people-driven, project-driven, lots of projects last year, this year, and and as we keep going forward, it's which capital projects do we start, which operating projects do we start, and that's just going to continue to keep pressure on our services as well. So we can use what we have dollar-wise to help us. And that's part of the reason why you keep general operating reserves, is to do tax stabilization. It's just not going to be there forever either. And we've talked about the implications of adding, whether it's capital projects or other functions in our services, and it's the costs that come to the future as well. So, but if the board's okay, we'll mark this one as bringing in an additional $200,000. We also will come back and just do a little bit more around with City Works project, and just holistically just think a bit more about how much we're capitalizing and what else we may be able to capitalize, and that just may make another slight change to some of these services. Okay.
Well, that's music to our ears. Good. So we're just going to bring this back on the 24th then? We're not going to bring it back Wednesday.
Well, no, it'd be up to you if you want to, based on Lucy's commentary around the additional funds from the reserve. If the committee is okay to proceed with the proposed budget with that increase from the reserves, then you could approve that today. Or come back on Wednesday, we'd be able to have the correct PowerPoint.
Yeah, that's what
online,
I'm
Listina,
thinking.
And address it at that point.
Yeah, I think we'll just bring it back Wednesday then. Director Hardy, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, thanks. So I'm assuming Service 500 is only applicable to the rural communities, and with regards to planning for Cumberland or town of Comox, the city of Courtney, I don't see anything in budgeting with regards to planning for municipal governments. Does that fall under some other type of category for service?
Service 500 does only apply to the rural areas, and the municipalities would fund and provide their own services with respect to planning from their own tax requisitions. It wouldn't be materials that we would have included in our budget.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, then town of Comox, Courtney, and Cumberland don't utilize the planning services of Comox Valley Regional District?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so on receipt, let's call a question on receipt. Any opposed? And as far as the actual recommendation would be to bring it back to defer to Wednesday's meeting. So we have a chance to look at the financials. Okay, referral second. Anybody opposed? Then it's done, and we're on to Service 360 Hornby Island Garbage Disposal.
And Vivian Shaw, Senior Manager of CSWM Services, will be presenting the Hornby Island Garbage Disposal Service and the Denman Garbage Collection Service and Royston Garbage Collection Service.
Welcome, Vivian.
Vivian, over to you.
Thank you. Through the CAO to the chair and the directors. This presentation is for the Hornby service, also known as 360. This service here is a service that's provided in an agreement with the Hornby, the Hornby Island Resident and Ratepayer Association. This service provides for waste disposal and recycling for the residents of the island. So we'll begin here with some of the highlights for the 2024 accomplishments. It's really important. The completion of the recycling building was definitely the highlight. This was a really important project to allow for all the handling of the EPR materials, the extended producer responsibility material, sorry. Most notably, having to have all materials that's collected under cover. And we completed this last year towards the end of the year, and we also added a sidewalk for improved accessibility. So this was a really great addition for the community, and this also helps us resolve some of the EPR related liability issues, also aligning with the MIA requirements. We also, at the end of the last year, we also started constructing the e-store. So this is for the storage of all the construction supply materials. And this was one of the key issues that were identified as part of the MIA risk assessment for the unmanaged salvage and reuse of construction materials. We, again, as a service, we recognize that salvaging construction materials is central to the ethos of both the CSWM service and also the Hornby community. So there were a number of significant liability and safety concerns that were raised as part of the MIA risk assessment. So through the establishment of this store, it will offer a structured and safe avenue for the community to be able to continue this practice, ensuring that materials are repurposed and salvaged safely without compromising liability risk. So this was a big win for the community, and we're looking forward to completing this in 2025. So as we move forward, we are acknowledging that there are some operational challenges. While there are no big expenditures in the forecast, we do want to just point out that we do have a relatively small reserve. There are exploration of organics through the solid waste management plan, so that's forthcoming as part of a separate process. And for this year, we're working on the lease extension for the property. The 30-year lease that we have with the province will be expiring August 1st of next year. So we're starting to engage the province to understand options as to how best to move forward with that. As you guys have heard through the CSWM board, we are working through the solid waste management plan renewal process. So there are a number of items that we're exploring. With the Hornby depot being the model of excellence, it is really the Cadillac service that we're modeling. Well, we would love to be able to model, but also recognizing the affordability for the service as well. So that is something that we are continuing to work through. On the expense side, while the 2024 budget is showing a $115,000 increase in the operational grant line item from the CVRD, it's relatively stable. It was artificially decreased in 2023 due to $115,000 surplus that was carried forward from 2024. Sorry, 2023. So on the expense side, the service has been humming along fairly nicely and steadily with just slight incremental increases to keep up with inflation. On the revenue side, the bottle revenue was lowered than previous year by roughly about 2,000. And then on the expenses side, there was a slight increase to account for the wages and benefits. So this includes the 25-cent per hour increase, which is roughly about 2.9% for all unionized staff and 2.75% for the manager for the operation. There was also a $400 increase in the telecommunication line item and the installation cost for the fiber optic, and this is a one-time expense for 2025. There was a roughly about a $2,000 decrease in the the beach waste management service line item, and this was due to the elimination of 2 pickup points. On the revenue side, this service is predominantly derived from taxation. So with 2025 requisition set at 400,000 with no changes as compared to 2024, the intention is to hold the tax requisition flat at 400,000. Funding sources, as you can see, the funding allocation for the service remains relatively stable, or sorry, it is stable. It is set for 400,000 and forecasted through to 2029. This is the operating budget projections for the next 4 years. It's again pretty consistent and stable for the service. The other transfer to other services is just basically Jesse, Stephanie, and my time for the contract management. But yeah, I think there's not a whole lot to like there. For reserves it's relatively small at 87,000. Sorry, 82,000. Which does leave us a bit vulnerable to unexpected expenses. But again, there aren't a whole lot of expenditures that we are forecasting for the time being, as most of those have already been captured in the recent years. The slide here provides you with a bit of a breakdown over the 5 years for future expenditure reserves contributions. So our ending balance for this year will be just under 93,000. Projecting out to 2029 at 135. The capital works reserve will have an ending balance of 78,000 with a $42,000 contribution for this year. And in summary, we've hit the target for all, the five, with fiscal responsibility, climate change, community partnerships, Indigenous relations, and accessibilities. So a lot of this is through the work of the solid waste management plan that we will be engaging to fulfill a lot of these items. The recommendation for the service is that this financial plan be approved. And I'm here for any questions that you may have.
And Director Harper has a question.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know anyone in Hornby that has a Cadillac, but maybe I'm wrong. This service is interesting because when I started in 2018, the requisition was 140,000. And we're now at 400,000, so it's tripled under my watch in terms of taxation. Of course, we've gone through unionization and a lot of capital improvements in the facility, but I'm glad to see a flat line. A declining line would be even better, but it's definitely, I think, it's probably not chance that you use the word Cadillac, and that's both good in terms of recycling outcomes, but it's also costly, so. And I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to, are the reserves, both the capital and the two reserves, are they based on any kind of asset management plan, or are we kind of, because I saw some number like 10,400, it seemed a little bit just across the 5-year financial plan. I'm just wondering if we need to contribute that much reserve, because a lot of the capital projects have been completed and the replacements are probably quite a ways in the distance at that facility. So I'm just wondering if we could knock out some of those reserve contributions. And reduce taxation.
Through the chair, at this point in time for this particular reserve, we don't have any comprehensive information for you on this one. I think that going to the future, we'd like to circle back into this one. There may be opportunity. It's unique in itself, as you're saying, right? It's not a straight mix of assets that we own. The operation is handled by Hira, for example, right? So I think we would have to pin that question and come back with an answer on that.
Yeah, I can wait, and maybe I can bring it back at next year's budget if we do more information for this year, so I could approve the budget for today.
And one option for you today, if you want to defer this over to Wednesday, we can give it some thought tomorrow.
I think it's longer term project because that'll involve talking with Hira.
For sure.
And I mean, people notice it on Orby. Everyone is very proud of the depot, but again, it's a service that's tripled in costs in 6 years.
So if not a Cadillac, a Subaru. Just saying it's Hornby, right? It's a veritable Subaru of a project. Well, it brings us to, we need to move on receipt, actually. We didn't take it, so. Okay, on receipt, any opposed, carried, and recommendation. You don't want to save $40,000? Going once, going twice, third and final time. Okay, on the recommendation, anybody opposed? That carries. And on to the next one. Demet Island for receipt. And back to Viv.
Thank you. Through the chair to the directors. So thank you. The service here is for the garbage service for Denman. DERA holds the operating contract for this service, and there are 2 staff member who works in this recycling depot and a manager for the bottle depot operates within the same property. In terms of accomplishments, for 2024, we have continued our partnership with Ocean Legacy. And this has continued to work really well with the community, as well as the Denman Island Marine Stewards in the cleanup efforts along the coast. For trends, challenges, and opportunities, there are a few here on Denman, most notably the small reserve that is captured under the service here. There is the issue of the roof repair, and we're working with, we started conversations with the executives to understand whether it's a roof repair or whether it's a broader conversation around the building itself. So we are wanting to spend 2025 working with the executive to go through a planning phase for the building to understand what that plan is actually going to look like. It is a bit of a complicated situation as we don't own the property. It's the ownership is through Islands Trust. So through the initial planning, sorry, the initial meeting that we had last year, there is some concerns around the fact that the roof repair doesn't actually fix the working conditions for this depot. It's been noted that the current building isn't really adequate and not also not conducive for the flow of the operations, and it doesn't provide adequate storage and potential losing out of revenues. So we want to use use this year to plan and figure out what's actually the best path forward for the service. Also, in that same meeting with DERA, the executives also noted that the volunteers are starting to age out and they're starting to work through a bit of a succession planning process. Sorry, not working, they've identified it as an issue that they need to work through. So that is one thing that we want to be a part of so that we can have that continuity for the service. And then lastly, there is the OnCorp agreement. OnCorp is the bottle depot, which generates a large sum of money for the service, and it is a big source of funding for this group. And they have been facing some challenges in that regard, in that there is stagnant funding from the OnCorp Presence Grant, which has remained relatively, sorry, it's remained the same at $12,000 since its inception in 2016, despite rising costs, operational costs, particularly with wages to retain staff. So the DERA membership has continued to have those, or sorry, initiated those conversations with OnCorp, and we're going to be working with them to try to provide a bit of advocacy. In terms of strategic priorities and initiatives, goes back to the comment we had made earlier around what this depot could potentially look like. So this is part of the broader work that we're doing as part of the solid waste management plan in terms of enhanced material accessibility, but yeah, looking at it, what's reasonable to be serviced on the island and what actually should be brought to the Waste Management Center in Cumberland, looking at it more holistically as a service. On the expenses side, we are seeing about a 30, roughly about $32,000 increase. This is due to the curbside contracts, which was just renegotiated for 3 years. This incorporated a 20% increase. And then a 4% increase for 2025, or sorry, 2026 and 2027. Wages have also increased 10%, and which for 2025 with the balance at 5%. There is a $10,000 paving project slated for 2025, as well as a new bookkeeper for this year. The revenue here is reflecting the projected cost provided in the previous slide, but it is our understanding that there's not going to be a lot of reliance on surplus to be able to balance this budget. Sorry, where did I go? Based on the proposed, it is noted that when we're done with, once we have the 2024 year-end finalized, the taxation will likely remain the same, but that's based on the current projections. This is a look at the operating budget with the next 4 years projected out. Similarly, with the Hornby budget, this is the reserve balances for the service, which is relatively small for its size, especially with some of the expenditures that potentially could be forthcoming. This is the capital works reserve. There is currently no projection, or sorry, no contributions allocated to this. And to Lucy's point, there's a bit more work that needs to be done in order to build out our asset management plan so that we can inform this plan a bit better. And in terms of options and recommendations, we're proposing that this plan be approved for Service 362 for the Denman Island Garbage Collection Service.
Dr. Arbor, questions?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. And I mean, you can tell the difference in requisition between Hornby and Denman, which have the same amount of population. Of course, Hornby is much busier in the summer, but that's for 2 months. And, you know, they're still a third of the way. So I'm not surprised that there'll be a need for some investment in the Denman service. And maybe, you know, a conversation with Doug DeMarzo around, you know, the fire hall and all those conversations that are happening in terms of the facilities on Denman and our footprint there, or the lease situation, the multiple leases and the need to improve facilities. But maybe not for this year, but if you come back next year, so this morning you weren't there, but I spoke about just a couple of projects for Community Works Fund for the islands. And maybe Community Works funds could be used for either the roof replacement or at least part of it, or a building replacement. We'll still get more analysis on the Denman Fire Hall, I guess, around Community Works needs and stuff like that. But I think that would be a really good project to support potentially through those some level of granting. So carry on with those conversations with the Denman committee, and we'll have another look next year. And yeah, it's interesting, right? The what you pay and what you get. I'd be interested to see the difference in recycling outcomes between the two islands. If one is the Cadillac and the other is the old Denman Beater there driving around on 3 wheels. Thanks.
The VW microbus. Okay, so any further discussion on receipt? Call a question on receipt. Any opposed? That carries. Recommendation? Move second. Any discussion? Seeing none. Any opposed? That carries. And on to Royston. Moving seconded and over to Vivian.
Great, thank you. Through the chair to the directors, this service here is for 366 Royston Curbside. I'll give Lisa a minute. Oh, sorry. Lisa just turned it to Jake. So much pressure. Yeah, that works. Oh, wait. Next slide. If you could. Sorry. Sorry, you can go to the next slide. So in terms of accomplishments, we completed the contract extension for the current manual service, securing the service continuity for 2025 and 2026. This was put out to market and there was lackluster response for the manual collection as the industry is really moving towards automated service. But we're able to secure that for the next 2 years. This was a critical step in ensuring that there was uninterrupted service for the Royston community while we plan for the long term. Looking ahead, we received clear direction from ESC on the future of the service back in July of last year. And this guidance was really important to us as it really lays out the next step, next phase of waste collection for the Royston area. So we started putting together a bit of the plan for engaging residents to inform them on the upcoming changes, so organics in 2026 and automated service in 2027. We're also really thrilled to be able to see the strong community adoption of the Recollect app. So it's a fantastic tool that we have to keep residents informed of schedules, but also as for any service alerts. We've been able to encourage a lot of folks to be able to download this app and making use of the various features, including what goes where. So, which helps us reduce call volumes to us as well. But to be able to have it at their fingertips, it's been really great. Oh, sorry. For trends, challenges, and opportunities. This is our opportunity to provide greater outreach to the service residents regarding the new service. So the plan for the communications that we'll have going out is a thorough explanation of what they can expect the new service will provide, guidance on how to choose the right carts for their for their household based on their waste generation, which will help us inform the actual cart order so that people are actually getting what they need in advance of, or so just instead of distributing out default cart sizes, not taking into account what people actually need. As part of this, again, communication will be providing costing information, and also using it as an opportunity to engage and educate on all things waste, including another plug for the Recollect app, on how to access the collection schedule, information on accepted materials and how to dispose of various types waste categories. Another key part of this outreach will be focusing specifically around contamination, which is a requirement of the Recycle BC contract, that we maintain our contamination below 3%. So this is going to be particularly important as we transition from manual to automated service, where there's generally, historically through other transitions, is a marked increase in contamination just due to lesser visibility. So we'll be implementing strategies alongside with the contractor to educate on proper sorting, disposal techniques, and to really ensure that success of this new program. And there have been, again, the odd talks here about service boundary extensions, but from what we are aware of, nothing has materialized in terms of procedurally. But we do look at this as an opportunity to help reduce pressure on the Comox Valley Waste Management Center in Cumberland. In 2024, the final number came in at 128,380 transactions across the scale, our little scale in Cumberland. That's a marked increase of 11,000 vehicles coming across as compared to 2023. And that's not accounting for the average of 6,000 customers that we have going to the recycling side, which we don't track as readily through the scale data. So it is something that we're looking at as part of the accessibility study for the solid waste management plan. Sorry, I kind of jumped ahead, but that's the slide. For human resources, there is no changes. Lenny's already been accounted for there. Next slide. On the expenses side, for 2025, we are working with an annual cost of $231 per dwelling, which is funded through the updated user fee increase. At this time, the bylaw has been updated to reflect the updated increase for 2025. The recycling fees will be $19.25 per month per household. And the garbage tag option under the manual collection service will still be honored at $2 per tag. As we're working through what the next phase is going to look like, we'll be able to bring back the report for bylaw consideration this year. And then sorry, I keep clicking this. On the revenue side, the intent is that this service is full cost recovery. So the user fee has been increased about $79 per collection per household per year. And then moving on to the next slide for the operating budget projections. Again, the user fees are set with the intention for full cost recovery. The transfer to reserve was originally intended to cover the cost of cart collection when we move over from manual to automated collection. But with the arrangement that we're looking to seek with the contract provider, the carts will actually be covered under the contract where the contractor will own the carts and will just pay for the amortization of the carts rather than putting the funds outright. So this reserve here, we're hoping to be able to use it as a bit of a tipping fee buffer as we don't have a true understanding of what the organics volume for this service is going to be at this time beyond there's already an amount budgeted, but this could provide a bit of a buffer depending on if there is a differential in terms of the forecast. And then for future expenditures, as I mentioned earlier, we don't have assets for the service. It is just, again, the contract will be structured in such a way that the contractor will own the carts and the vehicles. So the goal for this service is to start stabilizing the rates to be able to provide a bit more predictability for the residents in this region who are faced with other financial pressures stemming from other services. And then for the summary, again, this service is it is separate from the solid waste management plan, but it is integrated and interlinked with the broader service. So it is part of the conversation that we are having at the solid waste management table. And lastly, for recommendations, we're recommending that this proposed financial plan be approved for the Royston Service 366. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I see a question, Dr. Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. I almost fell off my couch last night when I was looking at the budget because it's a 50%. And I was like, oh no, because I've been talking for years of how affordable the Royston service is and talking to Union Bay and Fanny Bay. It's still affordable. It's not, but it's jumping up with the new contract. How does it compare to what an average household pays in Courtney or Cumberland? Do we have that figure?
The Courtney contract for automated service is $300 I think it's just shy of $350 per
Right.
household per month.
And that's.
I'm sorry, per household per year.
Per year, yeah. So
That's
that
inclusive of cards.
will land in that ballpark in a
Yeah.
couple of years with the Royston service. So we're just keeping par with that. It was very affordable. I was always surprised how good that service was. So a little jump, and we'll have to explain that to residents, but they're getting value added as well with the organics and et cetera. And then the service extension, I guess we'll need to talk about it again this year at some point. When, I guess the best timing is maybe when the solid waste management plan is completed, or the regional one, or could we look at service extension before that, or what's the thought of staff on that?
It's a bit of a separate process, but we are looking at it from a accessibility
Yeah.
standpoint and the exploration of network depots. So that conversation will be coming to the Solid Waste Board on February 27th.
Okay. Okay, so pretty soon, yeah. And as I recall, I could only like just sign as a director and add Union Bay. That's under, is that correct, Jake? Or I think it's just a director's signature for providing waste management collection. I mean, you can have a petition or referendum, but I believe one of the options that was presented following the AP last time that failed, one of the options was for a director to just sign and then impose the collection system.
So my understanding is that would be in the place, in the case of where a solid waste management plan has been approved by the minister and provides for that authority. Without that, then there needs to be some form of participating area approval, which most likely the ministry would require either a petition or
Okay.
AP or a signed vote, something.
Okay. Did you just say the word AAP? Oh my God. I'm Facebook burnt out by now after 2 weeks on Facebook on the AP. Yeah, okay, that's good to know. For that one, maybe then for Union Bay or something like that, maybe it could be on the 2026 ballot at the elections or something like that for a service extension of Royston. But otherwise, the budget is good. I mean, it doesn't feel like we have a lot of choice on contractors that bid on the contract, so we're a little bit of a fee taker on this one. But at the same time, I think it's pretty good value for the service. Thanks.
Yeah, I seem to remember back when they did the original MMBC contract that it would be a petition from the people to join the service area. So they could do that if it, and I don't see why they wouldn't. And that's not good enough to proceed. No.
The Kilmarnock area was actually added by petition process
Okay,
to the original Royston garbage collection service.
okay.
So that is a means of.
Could Rennie
expanding
Road
service.
add itself? I'm paying over $600 a month, a year. So no recycling. So maybe send the trucks out there. Okay, so we're on receipt. I don't see any other lights. Any comments, Director? You good? Okay. So any opposed to receipt? That carries, and recommendation attached. And seconded, and good. And any comments? Then that also, I'm asking for anybody in opposition. If there's nobody in opposition, that carries. Now, service number 420, read control. Point of order, Mr. Chair. Oh, sorry. 296.
Mark Harrison, manager of parks, will be introducing the service 296 weed control and several other services to follow. So Mark, over to you.
Thank you, James. Through the chair to the directors, here to present the service 296 weed control service with the purpose to support invasive plant education and outreach in the community, as well as targeted treatment for high risk invasive plants in Electoral's area A, B, and C. In terms of accomplishments for this service, we actually got a provincial grant this year of 14,000, which was above the normal grant that we usually get, which is 12,500. So that was a nice surprise to see this year. Again, this is a yearly grant that we have to apply for annually still. So it's still not the 3-year grant that we used to get in years past. In terms of another accomplishment is, every year we have really strong community partners that help us deliver this service. So partners like Broombusters and Comox Valley Nature, Denman Island Residents Association, Hornby Island Residents and Ratepayers Association, and the Coastal ISC. They're all strong partners in this service and really are essential to the success of this service. So we thank them for their partnerships. And then in terms of the Not on My Property program or the COMP program, another fairly successful year. We in 2024, there were 71 of 118 known sites that were managed in the electoral areas. And that did include 3 new sites and 5 retreated sites. It does bring up a challenge that we have in that we did have 71 sites of that 118 that were accessed, but there was 47 of those sites that weren't accessible. So either we couldn't contact the homeowner or access was restricted in some way. So that does pose a little bit of a challenge for this service. As stated before, the provincial grant, it remains uncertain, and we are applying for it on a yearly basis, which does take resources and staff time to do. And then, invasive plants, they obviously have a negative impact on the biodiversity of our region. And controlling the proliferation of those invasive plants does remain a challenge. In terms of opportunities, strong relationship building as part of this service with community groups, but also with Comox First Nation. And there is an opportunity that could do a little bit more with some additional compliance with support from our bylaw. In terms of expenses, we're looking at a little bit of an increase with materials, supplies, as well as contract and general services. And that's largely to do with permitting costs that are projected to go up this year. Transfer to reserve, we have reduced that. So that gives us a reduction in our expenses by 20%. And revenue, taxation is up 12,000. That's basically to cover the provincial grant, which remains uncertain at this stage. Funding sources, we're looking at small increases in 2025, again around that grant, and then stable from there on in 2027 onward. Nothing really to stand out on this slide, pretty much status quo with projections. Future expenditure reserves are in a fairly good place for this service. So kind of small contributions moving forward. And yeah, happy to take any questions.
Pretty straightforward. Any questions, directors? Obvious. Director Arbor.
I think next time we have an AEP, we should include the weed control service on it, just for levity and for the public to, have a little more fun. Because, my only question about this service is there a reason why it's a service? Like, could it just live under parks? As an operating item, like it's kind of odd that it gets its own service, or do the activities go beyond the boundaries of a park?
Probably a store.
That's why. Okay, all right. So there's a reason.
Well, I'll let the CAO answer. I'm just a director.
Mark, I'm not sure if you wanted to speak specifically to that. I think I heard Doug kind of weigh in a little bit here, but Mark, the relevancy to not just community parks, I think is the question at hand here for this particular service.
Yeah, I mean, most of the, basically all the work that's largely done in this is on private property rather than on parkland. And then part of the comp is like it's a partnership with the munis as well.
Good point. Dr. Hardy?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just doing the math, and I think if I did it properly, we're looking at about a 33.9% increase in the budget. So I was surprised that slipped past Director Arbor there. So any reason why we have an increase of nearly 34%?
Yeah, that increases largely the provincial grant. So normally that grant is 12,500 each year. So this year we actually received 14,000. But based on the services that we deliver, we kind of need that grant monies. So it's in there because that grant's uncertain.
So I'm assuming that staff will probably be going after some grant funding again this year?
Yeah, that's
right?
correct. So each year we apply for it. So in years past, it used to be we would apply and we get it over a 3-year cycle, but now it's like every year we have to apply.
Director?
Yeah, I guess in the spirit of looking for, even though those are indeed small amounts, but the other way to look at it could be that if we don't do the grant, we reduce our scope of activity, which would maintain the tax requisition at the same level. Because it would go, right now, the budget shows going from 37 to 50,000, which is probably what Dr. Hardy is referring to. And I understand the grant calculus, but maybe it's one of those where if you get the grant, then you do the full scope, and if you don't, then you just keep the requisition the same and do a much reduced scope. I'm just laying out the options. I'll actually vote to keep going with the work because there's community groups and all that, but I'm glad that Dr. Hardy caught that big increase for a very small service.
Okay. So we are on receipt still. Anyone opposed to receipt? That carries, and there's a recommendation attached. Moved and seconded? Okay. Any more discussion? Seeing none. Anyone opposed? That carries. Now, we're going to move into the fun part. The mosquitoes. See, senor. This is an interesting one. I'm going to turn it over to Mark.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to the directors, here to present the 623, the Saratoga Beach Community Mosquito Management Service. So this service is there to support mosquito abatement within the Saratoga Miracle Beach community within a defined area of Area C. So that the goal of the service is to reduce the potential for widespread mosquito annoyance in that defined area, and it's achieved through suppression of larval populations using an integrated pest management approach. In terms of accomplishments for 2024, we did have regular surveying, monitoring, and treatment throughout the area, largely in the saltwater tidal marshes, as well as in some freshwater places. There was a total of 37 treatments in 2024 and 105 site inspections, slightly more work than in 2023. In terms of trends and challenges, larval development is heavily influenced by weather. So as the weather changes, we get more flooding or more standing water. It could impact future contract costs for this service. So a little bit of an unknown there. In terms of opportunities, we are just finished a 3-year contract, and we are working on the 2-year extension to that contract, which is imminent, I think, from my understanding. In terms of opportunities, it does help with tourism, and it also helps with summer livability for residents in that area. And largely, the program has really been effective since its beginning. In terms of expenses, support services are down. No change to materials. The contract is up slightly as per the contract. And then we've got decreases to our reserve contributions. So 16% projected decrease to expenses. In terms of revenue, we are not proposing any increases to taxation. And funding sources basically remain relatively flat over the foreseeable future. Operating budget, taxes remain the same. And just basically general increase to the contract each year to perform the mosquito work, with slight decreases in our reserves over time. Our FU reserve looks fairly healthy after a few more years of contributions to that reserve. Then I think we're going to get into a good place. So yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Quick little background on these guys. They're call them a saltwater mosquito because they can actually breed and live in marshes and salty water. They're very small. They're extremely voracious and aggressive, and they were driving people absolutely berserk up there. So there was a big push on to do something, but we had a hard time convincing them. We had no service to do it with, so we had to establish a service just for that one little local area. It's funny because they only spring up in certain places. I think there was infestation down in Kai Bay at one time for a short period of time, but I think they actually just, it was localized in one pond or something, and they filled it in or something, like some physical means of control. So yeah, it sounds like a joke, but they're not, because I went up there when this was going on, and yeah, it's like northern Alberta where you know they follow the car in down the driveway and wait for you to open the door. But yeah, I don't think there's any pushback. I probably had more emails on this than anything up to the Speedway time. I'm pretty much neck and neck with the Speedway. No, this doesn't exist anymore, you see. Make it go away. But the mosquitoes won't go away. They can stay dormant in the ground. The eggs can last for 9 years, so you can't let a year or two go by. Director?
Yeah, so if I understand correctly, this is a service in Area C, right? Not in Area B. Yeah. And then the other question I had, maybe staff can answer the question, is does the treatment actually impact fish at the end of the day? Like, have there been any just environmental assessments or any research with regards to the treatments that take place, if they're impacting fish or not?
Yeah, thank you for that. My understanding is it doesn't. It's all natural bacteria that are used to control the mosquito larvae. So my understanding is there aren't any negative impacts.
So could I follow up? So if there's research, I wouldn't mind just getting some information on it, with whether it impacts fish or it doesn't. I'm sure DFO's probably done a million studies on it or whatever. So I just wanted to understand that. And then my other question, I guess, would be if there's less mosquitoes in the area, does that impact fish with regards to sustenance and stuff for fish? So again, just curious, and if there's research or whatever on that. Thanks.
If you like, I can send you the full report that was sent to us by the consultant. It's quite detailed and thorough. So if you're interested in that, I'm happy to forward it to you.
And my understanding is that it's mostly in that brackish water that doesn't support either salt water or freshwater fish. So it is a bacteria, I know that, that's specific to the mosquito larva. But yeah, there's a lot of research on it, so get the information. So we're on receipt. Anybody opposed to receipt? That carries, and recommendation attached. I'll move it. So on recommendation, anybody opposed? That carries. Oh, and now over to Denman Island for the Denman Island Community Parks and Greenways, and Mark Harrison's still here to present. So over to Mark.
Thank you. Through the chair to the directors, here to present 619, which is the Denman Island Community Parks and Greenways Service. It's there to, this service supports community parks and trails on Denman Island, with those participants being the divine portion of Electoral A being Denman Island. In terms of accomplishments for this year, we were working on 2 sections of the Denman Cross Island Trail, which is the kind of key driver within the Denman Island Master Plan for completion. So we did complete a 160 meter section within the downtown core with a 2.2 meter wide separated gravel trail, which I think has been well received in the community and addresses a key gap in the system and promotes safe travel for pedestrians within that downtown core area. And we also started work on the section of the Denman Cross Island Trail from Owl Crescent to Gravelly Bay with a section from, we've completed approximately 800 meters along East Road between Owl Crescent and the Whale Point. And then we've largely completed the section around the ferry terminal. We just need to do some topping on there, and we have installed a bridge over the key little stream there. So that large infrastructure piece has been completed. We still are waiting for final confirmation on provincial permits to continue that work, but our understanding is that is forthcoming, but still within ministry hands. In terms of trends and challenges, opportunities, challenges, as we add trails, then we have additional costs that are associated with those trails. I think that's just kind of a reality, but that does increase our maintenance costs, and it does increase our long-term asset management costs for the service. The service does continue to have low reserve levels, and often for us to complete development in that for parks and trails in Denman, that we usually are relying on some sort of community works funds. And the remaining sections of the Cross Island Trail are going to be challenging to implement, and they've got some hurdles. So there's going to be, a bunch of planning work there that's going to be needed to try to support those last sections. So, which is the Big Hill section, and then we've also got the Corrigal to Owl Crescent section as well. So after, once we're finished the Owl to Gravelly Bay, which we're hoping to have completed this year, then it'll just be those 2 remaining sections. So we're plugging away at it and then slowly getting there. In terms of the opportunity, there's definitely an opportunity to continue to build our relationships with the Residents Association, which I can say is quite strong right now, and also allows us an opportunity to continue to build our relationship with Comox First Nation. In terms of our priorities continue to be the pursuit of the construction of the Denman Cross Island Trail as per the main goal of the master plan. For human resources, we have an opening FTE of 0.47. We're looking at adjustments of 0.13, bringing us to an FTE of 0.6. And that would continue like that in the foreseeable future. And it's just adjustments to adequately compensate for staff time for this service. In terms of expenses, our support services gone down slightly. Our personnel costs based on those adjustments that I just mentioned have gone up. And that's kind of the significant increase in terms of cost for this service. The grants to other organizations, that's as per request from DERA. So that's up slightly. Materials, supplies down slightly, and our general contracts going up slightly. And that's to help with hazard mitigation, additional tree work as we add trails and such. Then we add the extra need to mitigate potential hazards with that, largely related to trees. And then we've got some extra legal costs and some sign materials and such in there. And that's that. So based on that, up 16%. And revenues, we're looking at a taxation increase of almost 29%. 35,000 to this service, and doesn't account for any prior year surplus. In terms of fundings, we have basically one big jump this year, and then just smaller increases moving forward. In terms of projections, past 2026, the big one there is there's some extra funds in 2028, the almost 52,000 under contract services, and that's largely due to a $30,000 increase to support the Denman Master Plan update. Now, in terms of capital planning, we've got on Denman, we're managing 5 parks and a couple of recreational trails with an area of approximately 16 acres. And we've got right now 5.85 kilometers of trail. And we have 95 assets, kind of ranging from signs, benches to stairs and bridges. And obviously some of the bigger assets require more money to manage them. So we're looking at Morning Beach Stair asset management. We're looking at some sort of replacement in 2026 at a cost of 70,000. And then we want to look at and assess the Build Me boat launch. And so we've got 65,000 allocated in 2027 to help address asset management for Build Me boat launch. And for our capital plan, we've got money allocated. The 550,000, that's largely for the CIT work. That's ongoing, and that's largely community works funds. And then the 70,000 is the Morning Beach, and 65 is the Build Me. In terms of reserves, we've got 80,000 approximately in our FE reserve. And then we only have 16,000 in our capital works reserve, and that's where we're getting to be a bit constrained. And then we've got minimal in our land acquisition reserve. So with our FE, we continue to put in fairly small amounts into our reserve, and then looking to take out of that reserve in order to support our capital projects moving forward. So the 70,000 there is for the Morning Beach, and 15,000 there is to support some of the Build Me. And then you can see the other 50,000 for the Build Me coming out of the capital works reserve, which we're kind of slowly building up and then taking out. And again, over till 2029, it still remains fairly thin. And then the land acquisition reserve, which is very small. So We are looking to support the financial plan. And we are looking by increasing the contribution from 5,000 to 15,000 for an accessible washroom project. Not really sure what that's all about. So this is a wrong recommendation.
Scratch that.
So we can scratch that. Sorry for that. But happy to take any questions. I think the recommendation is simply that the 2025-2029 financial plan for the 619 Denman Island Community Parks and Greenways service be approved.
Okay, Director?
Yeah, thanks for both the Hornby and Denman. Hornby is going to be next with a big planned jump, and then Denman as well, but I'll address Hornby later, I guess. For Denman, I'm just, were you there? I'm Mr. Bad Guy this year, so I'm just kind of stingy mood like the rest of the public. Yeah, 16% is a pretty big jump, and it comes at a time where we're actually going to wind down some of our projects and move into maintenance mode. So I don't see a strong justification for that. Big Hill, I'm quite happy to work on it. The advocacy is going to take Ministry of Highway, but we shouldn't spend a lot of time, staff time. I think the priority number one is to finish the project we're doing now on the trail. And then the Corrigal segment, there is, I mean, CVRD was the one that was saying, that back road is considered the current route. And in time when the homeowners are more willing to work with us. So I just don't see a lot of new action other than these two projects, in our horizon, and the financial table kind of supports that. But yet we have this 40% or 30 or 40%. Is it from 120 to 155? It's 35,000 jump. So I'd like to come in like a bit like when I said to planning, if you're able to have that, to get it to 8% and flat from there, that would be, I understand there's needs, but at the same time, I think the next round of improvements on Denman will be huge, because I think we'll want to tackle Big Hill, but I think that's a few years away. We'll need provincial grants. We'll need, in the meantime, I would just request that we bring this budget back a little bit trimmed and showing a bit of a trim for the next couple of years. I know you're trying to address maintenance and trail asset management, but maybe that can come back in a more fulsome presentation on those two services, the Hornby and Denman. Maybe there's lots of information that was been shared with DERA that I'm not privy to that better understand the jumps, but yeah, I think this is not the time, at a time where we're finishing big capital projects, to necessarily like jump the requisition.
So you're suggesting to defer this to Wednesday, or?
Yeah, I think I'll ask the same for Hornby, even though we haven't received a presentation, but maybe if staff can spend the next couple of days to see if they can trim off on both those initiatives and they can be brought back. I don't have you provided good detail, but I'm just really wary again of anything that we're past the 10%. I think public appetite and myself, like it's slow right now. People have been, I don't want to repeat myself from earlier today, but I just sense it. Private enterprise, provincial government, federal government, everyone's clamping down. And yeah, so I think I'd like that. Thanks.
Lucy?
Thank you. Just through the chair, just super quick for sure. We'll bring that back on Wednesday. We most likely will structure it as options. This one, there's no straightforward answer to this one. If there was, we'd very much come back and say, as Mark has explained, there's stresses here on the reserves, on being able to maintain the services that are associated with this one. So we'll come back with some options on this one then. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the one thing you don't want is somebody to crash through the guardrails of the Morning Beach stairs or something, Okay.
Uh,
Director?
again, like for one of those two projects, I don't know if you layered in community works, but those would be good candidates, or whether it's through requisition and taxation right now that their plan layered in, but I think there's other sources that we could look at to lessen the need for taxation increase.
Okay, well, let's move through because we're getting really close to the end. And so what we'll do is we'll call on receipt. And anybody oppose receipt? And then you want to make a referral motion? Let's do the two. Okay, and you can keep the presentation, right, and bring it forward again. Okay.
Time. Can I speak to rationale just a little bit? Yeah, I think we could skip the Hornby presentation because my only feedback would be it's a huge jump. So I would like to see some trimming prior to the presentation, if that's possible. Yeah.
Well, of course, I'm a little bit of a different mind because I think that the parks and greenways are one thing that people actually really appreciate, especially when times are tough. We saw that in COVID. So we'll bring it back. Any more discussion? Call the question on referral, or I guess it's actually deferral. All in favor? Okay, that carries. That's for both 620 and 623, or no, 619. Bring back options. Okay, so we're at 621, which is areas A, B, C, parks and greenways, and Mark is still in the driver's seat.
Great, thank you, Jake. Through the chair to the directors, here to present the 621, which is the Bain Sound electoral areas B and C Parks and Greenways service, which provides for the provision of an operation of community parks and trails within that defined area. It does support community well-being, whether that's physical well-being or mental well-being, and it also supports ecological functions and biodiversity and environmental resilience within our region. So they do play, parks do play a number of important roles within our rural areas. We do manage a large number of assets that are important to our community and our rural areas. In terms of 2024, we actually had a number of accomplishments, a number of large high-profile projects that staff have been working on through 2024, and that includes the Dyke Road Coastal Resiliency Project, where we completed the design and started the phase 1 construction. So that is ongoing. We also worked on the design and started the construction of the Lazo multi-use path in Area B. That's largely completed and will be fully completed by, I think, this summer, but it's largely dependent on the sewer conveyance project. So both of those projects have been really large projects. They've taken up a significant amount of staff time and resources to manage, but they are going to end up being great community assets when they are completed. We also were able to add a number of parkland additions this year. So we did add the Father Charles Brand property up along the Oyster River in Area C. We also did some one-spot trail extensions, both north and south. We did add 5 acres to Maris Nature Park. And we also added 116 acres to Spike Road Park, making that about now 190 acre park. So some significant park land additions in 2024. In terms of trends and challenges, opportunities, we continue to have operational challenges, especially as it relates to climate and weather, whether those are increased costs for tree hazard removal because of all the significant wind events, or whether it's king tide events that significantly are impacting our coastal parks. Those climate and weather impacts are definitely challenging us in terms of our resources, but also in terms of our funding. We continue to have vandalism in our parks, which costs taxpayers money. And we continue to struggle with some of our storage space since we don't have a centralized space to store all our park assets, whether those are tools or culverts or likewise. We also continue to be challenged with our reserves to sufficiently manage the life cycle costs of all our assets. Provincial permitting regulations are becoming way more challenging. They are taking a lot more time, and they're also taking a lot more resources, staff resources, but also funding resources. So that and our engineering costs for design have really increased, and those are really putting a lot of pressure on us in terms of funding. And then in terms of prioritization of the work plan, that continues to be a little bit of a challenge. There's lots of asks, and we only have a finite number of resources. So really, how do we find that optimal balance on what we want to include in our work plan and what gets pushed aside? In terms of opportunities, I think there's huge opportunity here to help embrace cultural heritage and help support reconciliation efforts with Comox First Nation. There's lots of opportunities to continue to build relationships with all our community groups, whether those are conservation groups or whether those are outdoor recreation groups, such as the Backcountry Horsemen. I think those relationships go a long way. And in terms of a big opportunity, right now on our books, we're looking at doing a parks plan update in 2026, and that will help to, I think, refocus the service to more of a community level. Work plan highlights. We've got a couple of management plans that we're hoping to do this year. We're working on the Maris Nature Park management plan, as well as doing an update to Nymph Falls. We got some capital build priorities ongoing. So we got our ongoing Dyke Road and Lazo projects. So those are both slated to be completed this year. And we have some other projects such as the Copeland Loop and Dawn Apps project in Seal Bay, which we've been awaiting for permitting from the province for, I think, over 2 years now. Planning and design priorities. We continue to work on the One Spot Trail to address gaps in that system. And we're going to work on bringing forward some options to the community in terms of the Royston viewing platform and what we should do with that site moving forward. We also have a number of asset management projects, some of the larger ones, Bear Creek Nature Park Bridge, the one of the big wall pieces, lock block pieces on the wing wall has kind of fallen off and is now in the river. So the river is continuing to kind of erode that bridge. So we're going to have to look at how had some options on what we're going to do with that bridge. So we have engaged an engineer to look at a few realignment options and costs associated with that. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans is very supportive of that. So I would expect some funding to come from them in support of that project. That's a very well-respected hatchery down there, and they don't want to see that hatchery not keep going. So I would expect some funding coming from DFO on that once we kind of understand the project and how we can best move that forward. But it's something we're going to have to address given the erosion concerns there. And then Goose Pit Log Wall, every year it just gets harder and harder to manage. Largely because of the king tide events and in the winter, the wall is constantly getting broken down, and having the resources and the funds to manage that each year gets more and more challenging. In terms of human resources, we have an opening FTE of 4.89. There's a slight adjustment there of 0.07. I think that has to do with just some recalculations that happened in terms of personnel costs like towards the island, but also adding a new planner. So that's where that change of that 0.07 came from, and then continuing at 4.96 moving forward. In terms of expenses, support services up slightly, 5%, up $6,000. Personnel costs based on that small FTE increase, as well as just gradual increases to salaries and wages, is up 7%. The materials and supplies, that's up 11%. Some of that has to do with like computer asset management and also permit costs that are going up. The contract general services, that's gone down, and that's largely because of the professional fees that have gone down for the one-time cost for the Union Bay Playground. I did, just so you know, I did talk with Lindsay Flaus, who's managing that project for UBCC. I talked to her today, and it's looking like that hopefully should be completed in the summer. So that'll be nice to see a new playground in Union Bay. And then our debt charges are going down slightly. Transfers of reserves down as well. Minor capital down. So showing general expenses down 12%. We, at the budget as well, though, we are seeking additional funds to help us with our archaeological works and permits of approximately 40,000, and our legal fees have also kind of gone up. And then we've got 10,000 in there to support management plans moving forward. So a few kind of one-time fees there. In terms of revenues, we are looking at a 7% taxation increase. So an increase of 130,000. Grants are down, and that's, again, that has to do with the Union Bay Playground from 2024. And our transfers, we're not looking at any transfers to reserves, and no prior year surplus in there, with slight increases to recoveries from other functions. In terms of funding increases, a bit of a larger jump this year, 130,000, and then staying straight at or level at 30,000, or no, is that 90? 90,000, I think. Sorry, it's too small for me to see. And then leveling off at 30,000 from 2027 on. In terms of capital planning, I touched on the Bear Creek Nature Park vehicle bridge that we're assessing. We've also got some designs completed, some options for the Royston viewing platform that we're going to be bringing to the public this year for community feedback. We've got our Lazo Wildlife or Storage Building, our roof needs to be replaced. And some of the accessibility for Goose Pit is it's really getting challenged by the weather, and that accessibility in our last portal is starting to be really challenged. Like, we really have to build that up. So we're looking at maybe some options to increase the accessibility there. So we do have, the service does have a large number of assets. We've got 77 parks and greenways in that service. 118 kilometers of trail, but we have like over 1,900 assets, ranging from, signs and benches to some large ones like pedestrian bridges and staircases. So quite a few assets to manage in this service. In terms of our capital plan, I think let's jump on some of these ones. The ones in Goose Pit, that's pretty much our log wall. And then we've got an increase there in 2027, and that's to do maintenance or to do a replacement on the Yates to Moore section of the Goose Pit staircase. The one spot trail, that 250 and the 1.4 is to support work on Solon Crossing. And then the other numbers there, the 174, 140 is for work on Spike Road Park. We've got a replacement to replace one of our park trucks in 2027 for 80,000. The Seal Bay, we're looking at the 500,000 is to support the Copeland and the Don Apps upgrades. And then from there, we've got Capes Creek Bridge that's asset that needs to be replaced. And then we've got potentially a storage building there at 80,000 at Seal Bay. And then in terms of our inactive parks, we've got some funds there. So that would be our site cleanup at Union Bay Nature Park. That's at 25,000. And then the 100 is to support Maris Nature Park. And then further on, that 25,000 is support some work at Brant. The Dyke Road, that's our ongoing capital project, 900,000 there. Bear Creek Nature Park, we've already kind of touched on that. The funds under Nib Falls, that's to support work that would come out of a potential management plan. And then the EA Greenways, that's what the 1.6 million there, that's the support for the Lazo Greenway project. And then we're looking at 50,000 to support some restoration in Masters. And the 60,000 is to support some asset management boardwalk work at Barber Road, as well as add in a trail through the Modi Shaw Greenway dedication. And then we got some funds down there in the playgrounds, which would support the playground work in the Kilmarnock area, depending on planning. So that 50,000 would be design, planning, and 150,000 for capital, so as a placeholder. And then some of our long-term, it's tough for us to look into the 10-year piece. So these are largely asset management pieces. So the one spot at 30,000, that's for a bridge replacement. Vehicles, pretty standard as per our asset management policy. And then the Seal Bay is to look at improvements to Ravine and to Eagles trails. The other 150 at 2030, that's to support work at Brant. And yeah, that's about it. The 80,000 for the playground 2030, that's to support refurbishments at Pinecrest. In terms of our reserves, we've got 275,000 in our FE reserve, 147,000 in our capital works, which is fairly low for this service. We have almost 500,000 in our strategic plan reserve. So that's to support initiatives that are within the actual strategic plan. And then we've got 1.1 in our parks acquisition reserve and 75,000 in our development DCC reserve fund. Future expenditure reserve, we're not looking at making any contributions, but we are looking at taking funds out in 2025 and in 2027. Our capital works, we're looking at smaller kind of increases to the reserve over time, but we're also at the same time looking at taking money out of that reserve. So over time, the reserve is staying fairly stable. And then that's the 2023 to 2024 for the capital works. Again, making additions, but also taking transfers out to support our asset management and our development of our parks. Strategic plan reserve, that's stays at a constant amount of 193 each year. And we do have some planned monies coming out of there in And I think those ones at the end I know are support by Spike Road through basically one spot trail, which is indicated as a priority in our strategic plan. Parks Acquisition Reserve, slowly increasing with monies coming out in 2026. And that money is actually there to support, as a place order to support an AT grant application for the one spot trail crossing, the Solom. DCC reserves remain the same. And then I think this is good to just touch on the fact that this service really touches on all of the drivers of the board. To really supports that environmental stewardship and protection pieces and provides a range of benefits and drivers. Happy to take questions if there are any.
Dr. Hardy.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Mark. Nice job. I did have a quick question for you with regards to the Bear Park Bridge there, and the comment that DFO will more than likely or hopefully provide some support for that bridge. What if they don't? And that's my concern. Is my understanding with DFO right now is they're really tightening up the purse strings too. Like you go to a DFO meeting, you know, they used to provide a lunch and a coffee, and now they're telling you to bring a bag lunch and a bottle of water. So I'm just kind of a little concerned with regards to expectations with DFO moving forward, and how that would relate to the budget for that particular item that we're talking about there. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. We have had ongoing conversations with the DFO, and so they've been out on that site on a few occasions to look at the bridge themselves, and have been supportive and have said that they would likely be able to find some funding. Again, it is a little bit to be determined, but from my understanding is that that they understand the importance of that bridge and being able to get people to access that hatchery. We do have some money set aside to help with the design. I think it was like 50,000, and then we did have 400,000 allocated in this budget to support the bridge. So whether that's enough or not, that'll be determined through the ongoing engineering reports that we have in terms of our options that we can bring back to the committee.
Dr. Armour.
Yeah, thanks. I feel the pressure because my brain is 2/3 fried now, but these are probably my most important comments of the day in terms of this service. I'm fine with the budget, so that's the good news. And I agree with Dr. Hardy. Thank you for running us through all the projects, and having a 10-year plan ahead is pretty cool. Not quite 10, I guess it's 9, but you know. No, in regards to this service, maybe what could impact budget is I've talked a couple of weeks ago about my planned service reviews, and this is one of them. And Director Chair Grieve and I, those conversations him and I have had since probably 2020 when we started conceptualizing the regional park service. And as Mark said earlier in the presentation, with this becoming more of a community parks service and our shared work going under the regional park service, I'm taking this year I'm taking a multi-decade look at Area A and the future of services in there. And we've talked about transferring that service or transitioning it to having an Area B and C parks and greenway service and a Bain Sound service. Just like we do with the community facilities. I think there's a lot of synergies in the communities, Merville, Area B, and Black Creek, you know, those are all fairly integrated, but the South is the South, like we're Sonicorny, and so it will be one of the, I don't have it, when I talked to the board, it was 4 to 7. Now I think I'm 4 to 5 service reviews. And this would be one of them with the objective to separate Bain Sound for the long term from this service and to have a bit like Hornby and Denman, they each have their own park service, which allows you over time to have a committee and have people actually involved with the governance and direction of the park. And I know that appetite. I've talked to people in the communities, Union Bay, Fanny Bay, people would love that. So I don't know if it has any budget implications today. And I said I would not disrupt the budget process. Maybe that my only question is for service reviews, does the budget usually come out of that service or it comes out of like general admin or how
Comes
does
out
it
your
work?
service. Yeah.
Jake and I are both looking at each other on who would take that one. My understanding is the service itself would be funding those costs that would be associated with the service
Okay.
review. Yeah.
So is that something that would need to be budgeted now? Or I guess maybe if by Wednesday, can we refer this to Wednesday and see if staff can do a little bit of digging? Or we could amend the budget. I guess I'm just trying to, I just don't want to miss the ship from a budget perspective.
Yeah, I think we could look at it in between now and Wednesday and just
Give some general indication.
yeah, feel like at least we have funds to draw upon for that purpose.
And I realized Mark wasn't there, Doug, and the rest, everybody else was here, but Mark, you weren't there, but the emerging vision for me is really to look at places where Area A is, you know, I'm looking at potentially having a service for Bain Sound that would be parks, recreation, and active transportation. And active transportation, there's no tool for it right now. The regional effort collapsed. On recreation, I'll definitely trigger service reviews to have more fairness around the apportionment. And also trying to start supporting recreation in that area in a better way, especially with treaty coming. I'm looking at like the next couple of decades, and there's just a lack of vehicles in Area A where we're not well serviced currently. So, yeah. So, okay, I'll just, I'm fine with waiting for Wednesday, but if you think it's a small thing, then maybe we can approve this budget today. I just wanted to check on that.
Well, you know, my feeling is that the strength in having all three electoral areas in the park service is that we have that economy of scale. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to demonstrate that in Area A because there just hasn't been an opportunity. We had one place right down at the border with RDN, as you know, that fell through. The Kentwood properties, the sellers won't come to the table. You know, we do have that reserve for those kind of purchases. And that would be different than the regional park service. So just to let you know, it wasn't, I don't think it's through lack of cooperation from the other directors. I think that, you know, that we would be only too happy to work towards more of these things in area C or area C. We've got enough in area C and area A because area C has been blessed with a couple of real good opportunities and we've taken them. And that's, you know, obviously it's an embarrassment of riches when you look at it on the screen here. So just to let you know that that I think you've got lots of support. We just have to find the project.
Yeah, and there has been support, but at the same time, I see the value in Hornby and Denman to have services that the community feels they have some ownership of, right? And to me, over time, that's huge value. I would right away set up a committee for that, you know, to support and guide that initiative. Not sure I'll get there. There'll be a lot of resistance from staff, from other elected officials. Recreation is going to be a nightmare for me. There's a lot of steps, but I've decided to take those steps because I think from a multi-decade perspective, that's what will enrich and make the services better in Area A. And I think it'll have almost, you know, little impact for Area B and C in the case of parks.
And of course, if you have 5,000 new residents, that make a difference too in the future. So anyway, I would suggest we just move this forward if that's okay. So we're on receipt. I'm going to call a question on receipt. Anybody opposed to receipt? And then the recommendation. Lucy's got one question.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to bring up one point. There was one project that's included in 621, and at the onset of our meeting when we talked about community works funds, It's the, get the name of it right, the Bear Creek, yeah, the bridge. So just coming back to that, and just want to just clarify, the wishes of the board to remove that project. Is that what you'd like to do?
I think the project can still move forward. It's in its preliminary planning stages right now. There's possibility of more funding. I'd prefer to leave that unallocated at this point.
Leave it, do not allocate community works funds.
Correct.
We will have to come back and adjust the plan and assign
It's still there.
different funding to
It's
it.
still there. But
Okay.
Director?
So should we make the motion to just approve the plan minus the 400,000 for Bear Creek? Would that be the resolution for this one? Because if you're decommitting it from the community works earlier in the meeting, it's just to be consistent for this Sparks plan.
If I could suggest, if you're asking it to come back, then we will, when we bring back your information on Wednesday, then we will update that. And obviously remove the community works funds and let you know what other piece of funding and the implications to the budget.
So referral.
Another one? Better bring a lunch on
They're quick.
Wednesday
They're
too
quick
then.
referrals. We're well educated.
Do we start at 9 o'clock on Wednesday?
Yeah.
We do? Okay, so we got time. But we got to be out of here, see, because Courtney takes over it too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Courtney, do they pay for this building?
Well, this will give us a chance for sober second thought. So yeah, well, let's just defer this one as well. And what's the feeling on 555? We want to ace it before we go? Okay, well, let's do 555. I don't see it being too contentious. So we pass the motion on the referral. All in favor? That passes. Okay, so Denman Island Hornby Development, both the 555 and 556. We have Doug DeMarzo.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm here to present Electoral Area Services Committee, the Economic Development Services of 555 and 556, being Hornby and Denman Island. You'll notice the presentation, we kind of have a slide for each in a lot of areas. And of specific interest is the focus on Denman Island and their ask for an increase that we'll get to a little later on. But basically, both fees provide economic services in two different ways to each island, and have been long time supported by the board. So really in 2024, Denman Works moved to do an internal evaluation of the organization to see how they could better serve their community. And they looked at that they relied heavily on their volunteers to do a lot of work. So they will be looking at some of the trends and challenges and opportunities later on how to go from beyond just a granting organization to maybe providing more to their community. And HISEED continued to look through loans and microloan programs, sat on the Ferry Advisory Committee, and looking at the MRDT and prioritizing workforce housing as part of their organization's goals. So focusing on Denman Works, they're looking at a 30,000 increase, and this is partly to support a part-time admin position, looking at their bookkeeping being contracted out and gradual increases for community grants, better website content, and more offering of workshops to the community. Your human resources stay much the same. So with that, your increase of $30,000, you see here as at 21,000, and then eventually going up in their contracts. Similar here, Hornby Island again looks at their contract amounts. I just want to draw attention a little bit to Hornby Island and HISEED here, as you know, we are getting into the 6 digits and over figures here. And you know, looking back to 2018, they were at 62,000, and then 2023, 94,000. So we've seen a fairly continuous increase to the services they provide here. But they also continue to provide a lot of economic development opportunities on the island. See the approved budgets here. Showing a modest increase of 3.4%. It's the same. And their taxation revenue here for Denman up to the 90 from what was traditionally around $60,000. And they've indicated they're willing to stay relatively flat at that, as they did in years past. They stayed relatively flat at that 60,000 for quite a few years. And then Hornby continues to see minor increases each year through their 5-year budget protections, eventually getting to 130,000 by 2029. Both have some reserves, not a lot of assets with either of these committees, but reserve funding is there. 39,000 for Denman, 50,000 for Hornby. And just minor contributions throughout the years with those reserves. Same. So here you see your proposed option and plan. Is those recommendations are in line with what the budget was, with the proposed budget, including that increase to Denman Island for what they proposed on their trends and opportunities slide.
Director?
Yeah, thanks. And I mean, both organizations do good work. I do want to acknowledge what Doug said in the sense that I've had some pressure from HiSeek the last couple of years to do a review of taxes on Hornby. But it's true that in the last 5 years, they have seen almost 100% increase in requisitions. So they have provided a lot of value. They've assisted with numerous projects, but it's not too much of a jump from last year. Is that right, from the slide?
It was only 5. I'll go back and check.
5,000?
It wasn't
Yeah,
very
so
much.
maybe I'll have conversation. I'm overdue actually for a meeting with Karen and HiSeek, so I'll try to do that shortly. But so I'm okay. My bigger question is maybe Denman, because I guess I feel a little bit disconnected from what's happening there, where they're asking for a pretty big jump. And it talks about an internal evaluation of, but I couldn't see meat on the bone on what, there was talk of maybe hiring an admin coordinator, which they've had in the past, but I don't understand why all of a sudden there's this jump. And for a few years I've asked for a strat plan and I haven't seen, so it may be that we invite them to come and present. Or maybe they eat some of their reserve if they want to do those increases, but I'd be fine with adding 5,000, to approve it with an additional 5,000, but not that big a jump without me or us, the committee, I guess, understanding why. It's a fairly significant jump, and at the same time, they're tied up in conversations about housing and reserves, and so for me, I feel I just need more information prior to approving something like that. So for now, I would just stay at maybe add $5,000 to show good intent if they want to dig into their reserves. But I think sometime this year they should come and present their plan for adding almost, what was it, Dr. Hardy? 30 or 40% increase or something like that. Yeah, that's a big jump. And for HiSeek, so I'll follow with both. I could approve Hornby today, but Denman just approve it with a $5,000 increase to start the conversation, not the $30,000 jump. Yeah, 40%. Yeah.
Okay, so you want to vote on receipt and then
Yeah.
make that motion?
Yeah.
Okay, on receive the report, anybody opposed? Carries, and Director Arbor?
So I'll move the Hornby one as its own motion, if that's okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Do you have the figure in front of you then?
Yeah, it would be, you're looking just to go.
Pardon?
Sorry, I just have.
Working on it too,
We'll call the question separate, right?
trying to get there.
Did you move Hornby or did you move
So
Denman?
we moved Hornby.
Okay, so
Just Hornby as
Hornby
is.
as is, okay, let's call a question on that then. It's seconded. Any opposed to that? That carries. Now the Denman.
Okay, and I would move then, there it is, oh, there it
It was
was.
62,000 and then goes up to
So I would
90
move
there.
Denman at 67,000 for this plan. Yeah. And then
Sorry, Lucy.
Right. If you will, if we can just make sure that we're all on the,
yeah,
that
so
we're
for
all
the,
at the same thing and that we know exactly what the.
yes, so Denman would be in for a 2025 PB or FB, what is it? 2025 PB, what does PB stand for? Proposed budget. So 2025 proposed budget at 67,000.
Okay, so we're adjusting the requisition down to 67,000
Yeah.
is what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna do a reduction to the expenditure, but it's perfectly fine. The resolution.
Yeah.
Worded like that is fine. We
So,
can-
so moved.
Seconded? Okay. Any more discussion? All those in favor? Okay. That brings us to the end of a beautiful day. We got another one on Wednesday. We got to start bright and early. I got one question before we go, though. At the beginning of the meeting, we talked about unforeseen consequences of tariffs and what have you. You know, we got an extension on the tariffs, and it's a 1 month. So 1 month can either be 28 days, 30 days, or 31 days. So February 3rd was my understanding was our last meeting here, right? So that was the day that the tariffs were called off. So what is our absolute drop dead date to adjust the budget if we face the Armageddon of tariffs? Would it be the 6th or the 3rd?
We have our roadmap. In our roadmap, we would have the recommended budget coming back to the CVRD board on March 11th.
Yeah, but that's not till the 11th, right?
It's not till the 11th.
Okay.
And then obviously proceeding with bylaws after that.
So we might have to
I-
call a special meeting or something.
Yeah, and I suppose I feel with what happens, what is going to come forward with the tariffs and the implications. They're between now and that March date and March 31st, when we have to have an adopted budget. I don't see enough time there to be able to turn around and react. We just started. We know how intertwined our economies are, which makes this really difficult when, you know, we're asking great questions about capital projects and whatnot. It's going to take.
There's really no way.
Right. I think the
Sorry.
approach of keeping things kind of as steady as we can is good, but there'll be further things that we need to be.
And anything goes in, because we can't change it once it goes to the province. So anything over and above, we'll just have to put in reserves for 2026.
And I can foresee us having to closely manage the adopted budget after it's adopted.
Yeah.
We will have to learn more, understand what the implications on this 2025 budget is going to be. And we may have to be coming back and adjusting that budget.
But the tax requisition is fixed at that point.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so there's really no off ramp.
Well, I mean, if I may.
Yes, please.
I guess we can, as Lucy explained, we can always amend budgets or cancel projects. Like there's lots we can do over the course of the year, but you're right, that requisition is fixed. And that's why you're seeing me like, I'm not sure I could do much more than what I'm doing today in terms of peeling back. And, you know, there's probably much more that you could do, but I think achieving a growing organization to some extent while being like nimble is probably the space that we're supposed to be in a context like that. And can I have one further comment and request for Wednesday? So on the Denman Island internet, because it's come up even at the board on the slide, the Denman Internet Connectivity Project. So you've talked about the increased debt a few times at the broader board. What you haven't done is layer in the expected revenue. And I saw that in the budget last night, like it just shows expenditures, but we're actually about to get income. And I think from a public perspective, Wednesday, if some assumptions around revenue coming in from our share of the profit could be layered in, that would be useful.
Is that it? Are we officially dead? Your post lunch is now post coffee break.
Just a quick response to Director Arbor. I do understand that City West will be delegating to the EASC possibly on the 24th of February, but if not, then following then with an update on the project for the Denman Hornby internet service contribution. So whether we have specifics for you on Wednesday, certainly we do know that City West is wanting to provide an update to the committee.
I'll entertain a motion termination. Second.